The Modus Super Series!
Derek Coulson for Destiny.
It's there! Sean Taylor!
Yes! Absolutely.
Biggest of all
He
fish.
reels it in.
Yeah. What an incredible record! Everything you want is
He does it.
Henry course with glory.
Champion tonight.
The bullseye. This will be amazing. Unbelievable.
Oh, what a time for that!
It's matched out.
Oh,
That is special.
incredible.
Last turn, that is seething. The pressure is on.
Champions League night!
Good. Cooper.
Henderson.
Aim
What
shot.
a
and the
finish.
match, John Henderson.
His first shot a double in this game
Aim
And
shot of the
he
third
takes
leg. Adam Hunt.
for his third Ton Plus checkout of the week. And he
Aim
finds
shot
it.
on the first leg. Jack Smith. Eight shot.
But Steve
And the match,
Beaton.
Steve Beaton. Game shot. And the match.
What a way
Danny
to finish
Van
from
Try.
Danny Van Try.
Two legends at the top of the table, but only one can seal their qualification at the earliest possible opportunity. It's decision day in Group A. Very good morning to you. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV. John Henderson, currently top of Group A, entering its final day's play. Steve Beaton and Adam Hunt breathing down his neck. Laura Turner is alongside me for the day, and John Henderson ran through the card Monday, backed it up yesterday.
Yep, absolutely. Really good day, really good first day from John. And as you say, perfect position, top of the table. Well, we can't ask for much more, but you just mentioned it, that chasing pack, he's still got to be a bit careful.
He absolutely does. It's a real high-class Group A, really. Steve Beaton, legend of the game. Adam Hunt, so dangerous. But the signs were sort of there for John coming into this week. There was some real positivity surrounding his performance at Challenge Tour.
Yeah, and you expect that from John, don't you? And we spoke about it earlier on in the week that when John Henderson's playing well, I don't think anyone, everyone's got a smile on their face, so it's great to see. But as you say, he's sat at the top, but only 2 points between him and Steve Beaton. Yeah,
Adam Hunt in the mix as well. All three of them really good friends. Danny Van Tripe in the mix as well. You don't really know what you're ever going to get from him.
No, he was the most improved player yesterday. Really did turn things around because it was a difficult Monday for him. But ultimately, I agree with you. You could have Monday's version, you could have yesterday's version, or you could have the version of Danny Van Tripe that's picked up a couple of titles and hit a 9-darter on finals night.
Yeah, sublime, ridiculous, and everything in between. Interesting day ahead. Let's take a market check then and see what the bookmakers think. John Henderson, odds on, no real surprise, 4-7. Steve Beaton, 15-8. Could Adam Hunt have a say, Laura, 7-1, big old price?
We saw some really good stuff from Adam Hunt yesterday, and he's got that experience. So if it would have to be a bit of a step off the pace for the likes of Hendo and Beaton, but you wouldn't put it past Adam.
Okie doke, let's get on with it then. Jack Smith takes on John Henderson in our opening match of Decision Day. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with Hendo. John, day 3 for you here at the Super Series. How have you enjoyed the week so far?
First day, great, yes. Won every game on Monday, and then yesterday, it was no bad, but a lot of improvement for the day. So, no, I'll take a lot from Monday, but I need to improve from yesterday, definitely.
Seem to be in good nick in the main, though, at the moment. As you say, fantastic day Monday. Good little stint on the Challenge Tour leading up to this as well. Does it feel as though you're sort of getting back to your best, as it were?
Definitely. As I say, Modus has been good for me over the years. It gives me good match practice, good stage practice. So I love coming down here. As I say, Monday was good, Tuesday nights are good, but I'm using it. I'm taking it on board that I'm near where I want to be, and I'm using this as good practice. But no, today's a new day. Hopefully I can just keep get that double sorted. If I can get my doubles, then I want to be far away, and hopefully I can just keep on top.
Top of the table with that 2-point cushion leading into the final day of this Group A. It's very much yours to lose. Are you sort of confident of getting over the line and earning those 2 days off?
Well, I prefer to keep on playing, but obviously you would love to top the group and get through to Saturday night through the Group A. But no, as I say, I'll go in there. It's going to be hard. I know Adam and Steve are breathing down my neck, but it's all to play for. It's going to be hard. If I can just play my A game, hopefully that's going to be good enough to top the group and get that 2 days off.
Well, I suppose it's a really tough room back there with some quality players, but you seem relaxed as to whatever the outcome.
Well, if somebody said to me being top of the league going into Wednesday, I would have taken that. Obviously, the way I've been playing, so I'd have grabbed 2 hands with it. But no, it's a good day. I'm looking forward to the day. I'm going to have to up my game for yesterday, but I'm practicing well, so hopefully I can get the job done.
Well, very best of luck for today. And look, we made it through without mentioning football.
Ooh.
Big Celtic fan is John Henderson, and obviously their crushing disappointment bowing out of the Champions League qualification stage last night has been very well received, but not by John Henderson, but certainly by the rest of the players in the back room. The banter has been flying around this morning at poor John's expense, but that is the last time we'll mention Celtic for today at least. 53-year-old, top of the table, facing Jack Smith. Real tidy little player is Jack Smith, making his second appearance here, looking to build on a promising display back in Series 14. And he's going to have a big say, potentially in the second half of the week as well. Still in the mix for Group B, as we see Anton Mays, our Group A referee this week. Jack Smith and Anton part of a winning pub quiz team last night. Anton thought
First
that
leg
the
is John to
baddie
go
in
first.
Goldilocks and the Three Bears was a wolf.
Game on.
Clues in the name, Anton. But anyway, let's get on with it. Morning, Laura.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yeah,
41.
interesting. Your chat there with John Henderson. He mentioned actually one thing that I picked up on was the area that he's looking to improve on with
45.
his doubles, and I think that was the key difference between going through the card on Monday and the performance yesterday, because going in on Monday, his doubling was the best in the entire field.
100.
But yesterday it was a real drop-off by around 10% in terms of what he was converting. So he is right. If he can get that
100.
back on point, then I think he's going to be hard to shift at the top of the table.
Yeah, it's his to lose, isn't it? Well, it's very important in this format that you don't peak too soon. Henderson will know
45.
that. But he was also pretty relaxed, as we heard from him, if whatever the outcome. He likes
59.
this format. He likes the cut and thrust of plenty of matches, round-robin format. If he has to play the full week, he has to play the full week. He'll enjoy it. He'll embrace it. But no one says no to 2 days
100.
off.
No, the whole idea is, isn't it? It's just getting yourself into finals night. So if you can do that via Group A, enjoy a couple of days,
100.
kind of R&R, and get back to it on Saturday. And for John Henderson, he is that type of player. He has qualified via Group A route, and he's qualified
100.
through either Group B or Group C previously. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't think he'll be phased particularly.
42. John, you require 115.
So chance to draw first blood then. Tops the target.
75.
Flies
Jack, you require
too high.
155.
Could Smith steal? Not on this occasion. The polar opposite. Not enough on it. The treble 20 arrives a dart too late.
97. John, you require 40.
Tops this time. Not a bother.
Shot on the first leg.
And
John
Henderson
Henderson.
does get off to a
Second leg
strong
is Jack to throw
start.
first. Game on.
Yeah, when we were looking at this table coming into yesterday, it really felt like it was
55.
going to be predominantly a 3-horse race. And I still feel that when it comes to top spot, but the kind of gap between
55.
1 to 3 and 4 to 6 was so big that we didn't think anyone would be able to even encroach on trying to secure a Group B place. But the fact that Danny Van Tripe and
100.
Jack Smith yesterday just managed to turn their fortunes around, that even if Jack can't perhaps get top spot, he could potentially navigate his way into a Group B spot.
80.
Yeah, on the bare face of the table, you would say Group C is and Group B is pretty much done and dusted, but I don't think that is the case. I'm with you.
43.
I think the likes of Smith, the likes of Danny Van Truyck will have a big say.
It's 21.
He'll stay there. Could he get all three?
133.
It is enough to leave the biggest finish of the lot.
$99. Jack, you require 170.
Well, fishing rods away for now.
100.
It's been a good response by Jack Smith. Looking good to square things up.
180. Jack, you require 70.
Pressure most definitely applied, but it's a good first start over the double eight.
Game shot on the
Clinical
second leg.
from
Jack
Smith.
Third leg is John to throw first.
The doubling was
Game
definitely
on.
problematic for Jack Smith coming into Monday. It's kind of the polar opposite to Henderson because he had the lowest checkout percentage.
96.
Had the most darts at double, 68 darts at double, only 15 converted. Really did improve on it yesterday, and it's a solid start again today.
Yeah, I remember his
42.
debut appearance here very well, and looking at the raw data, the numbers regarding Smith's debut week here at the Super Series,
24.
it's very unassuming. It doesn't really tell the tale. He would put himself in fantastic positions, but again, some doubling misdemeanors here and there, sort of scuppering averages and
117.
sort of snatching defeat from jaws of victory here and there. But there's a proper player in there. And it's going to be very interesting to see
121.
how he plies his trade in the second half of the week.
42.
I do agree with you. It was a feature of yesterday for Jack Smith that he would race into a 3-1 lead and then manage to get pegged back and lost both of those
100.
matches 4 legs to 3. So they're just slight areas, elements of the game that perhaps just need a little bit of attention. But
60. Johnny require
ultimately,
160.
from what I've seen, he's only been here a couple of times and it's been really impressive.
$100.
Oh, can he make a significant indentation to leave a finish? That
97.
was
Johnny requires
vital.
60.
Henderson, though, looking at tops once more. Forcing that top wire down.
Game shot on the third
Finds a
leg.
kind
John
deflection, though.
Henderson. Fourth leg is Jack to
He
throw
reclaims
first.
his advantage.
Game on. $140.
Jack earning his place here through the ADC qualifiers.
80.
Defeating David Gradwell in that final. Beat the likes of Rob Grundy en route. It was a high-class qualifier up in the northeast. It always is up there.
180.
Darts like that, putting Smith in real good stead. Likes of Adam Winspear we've seen here before. Dylan Grazier we've seen a couple of times
80.
before. Gary Hayes as well, and Kevin McDine was in that qualifier too. So shows you the
100.
caliber. He blitzed the field.
Yeah, and he's making light work of leg number 4. trying to
100. Jackie require
level
81.
things up again at 2 apiece.
Has time. Can set up double 16, and
Game
it's
shot on the
very
fourth
neat
leg.
and
Jack
tidy.
Smith.
Really
Fifth leg is
accomplished.
John to throw first. Game on.
Question is for the Aerosmith, can he trouble the Hendo throw?
80. $140.
Well, early signs shows that he could. What can Henderson find in response?
100.
And in terms of the head-to-heads, it is 1 apiece. Obviously,
59.
Henderson going through the card on Monday, beating everyone in the field, but it was a good performance from him where he saw him hit 4 out of 4 on the outer ring, on the doubles, and they were all good combination finishes. And maybe it's something about playing
96.
John Henderson for Jack Smith, because at the moment he's still perfect on the doubles. He's 2 from 2.
100.
Well, speaking to Jack last night at said pub quiz, where we won, incidentally, just in case you were wondering.
Did anyone else go? No, I'm joking. Sorry.
55.
But Jack said it's a really, really light-hearted, positive mood in that players' room. It has allowed him to really relax and
136.
get into
Johnny
the swing
require
of things. Some
170.
fantastic characters, as we well know, including Henderson, who can't trouble the 170. Well, this is the opportunity Smith has been waiting patiently for.
123. Jackie requires 66.
And he might need to be perfect once again. There's one dart, it's tops.
26. John, you require 47.
Opportunity squandered. Takes a step back. That is because that is the wrong big number. That was not the target. Henderson was eyeing big 7. He has to now reroute over to double 14.
33.
And this
Jack,
is
you require
looking
40.
like a bit of a gift for Smith. Has to take this chance. You wouldn't call it a marker.
Jack
Well, the
Smith.
second dart certainly did the job.
Sick flag is
But you
Jack
do
to
throw
throw
it high. At
first.
least there's plenty of vision left of the dart bed that you're looking for. So, every cloud.
Yeah, there certainly was
Game on.
plenty. But Smith now, throwing for the match, has to kick off with a strong opening
81.
visit. Close of the eyes there from Smith, because he knows it should have been a little bit more. Did get that big treble though, and
43.
Henderson couldn't find one of his own.
100.
That is a perfect first start for John Henderson. A wild
125.
dart number 3, but Henderson's 180 hitting has been pretty good so far this week. 16 maximums in total. One more extra today.
140.
Smith isn't stopping, and a win for Jack here would open the door immediately for Steve Beaton, who is up next against Jürgen Naughton, bottom of the table. Jürgen. Adam Hunt, the man in third, has a
83.
tricky opening match against Danny Van Tripe against the darts as well. But a win for Smith certainly opens the door.
98. Jackie require 97.
Can he go through that open door?
57. John, you require 95.
Well, a chance here for John Henderson to break straight back. Went double route, and now
55.
it's over to Jack Smith.
Jack, you require 40.
He's
Good
looked
shot.
really
And the
composed
match,
and
Jack
really
Smith.
assured, and it's a deserved victory for Jack Smith over the group leader, John Henderson. The chance is there now for Steve Beaton, who faces Jürgen Naughton after the break. But Jack Smith, really good show in our opening match of the day. A 4-2 win over big John Henderson. Welcome back in our opening match. Before the break, Jack Smith took a 4-2 win over John Henderson, opening the door for Steve Beaton, who takes on Jürgen Naughton, who has endured a pretty tough first half of the week here. Steve Beaton, 62 years young. Absolute legend of the game. For Jürgen, making his debut here at the Super Series, coming through the Western Europe ADC qualifying route. Just has the one win to his name so far. He'll be booked for Group C over the course of Thursday and Friday afternoon, where he can reset, playing for a bit of pride and to potentially upset one or two of his rivals' days here. But
First
Steve
leg
with a
is
win here
Steve to throw
can't
first.
go top
Game
due
on.
to his inferior leg difference, but he can certainly put himself in the mix.
60.
Head-to-head is a perfect 2-0 to Steve, but both coming at a really narrow margin, 4-3 both days.
140.
Yeah, I think for Naughton, in some of his matches, he has been a little bit unlucky in
100.
terms of the fact that, especially on Monday, so many 4-3 scorelines and just the wrong side of them. I guess the issue now
121.
is the mindset of Jürgen, as you mentioned here on debut, did pick up that one win, but it was the very first match against Danny Van Tripe, and since then
100.
subsequently has lost 9 consecutive matches in a row. So sometimes it just becomes that thing in the back of your mind that you just want, you want to come here, you want to perform well.
40.
Ah, Robin Hood to kick-start his day in the opening leg. Beaton
41.
just allowing Naughton a look in here. Dutchman trying to get himself out of this rut.
56.
As I say, earning the right to be here in the southeast of the Netherlands, in the mix with the Belgians as well in the Lowlands Cup.
60. Jürgen, you require 144.
Yeah, Naughton plays a lot on the Benelux ADC tour.
He's looking to set things up, but that was a stray into the 5, so his attentions will turn to the
82.
bottom half
Steve,
of
you
the
require
board, and he finds a friend in
140.
the treble 19. He's got a genuine break opportunity.
60. Jürgen, you require 62.
Well, I'd probably stay there to come across with double 16.
30. Steve, you require 80.
Those are the chances you sort of have to take. Double-double.
60.
But the bronze
Jürgen, you
Adonis
require
can't find the
32.
double 10. Naughton then. Another break opportunity. Has to step across to open up the
Ace on
target, which he
first leg,
finds.
Jürgen Naughton.
And it is a breaker throw.
Second leg is Jürgen to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, bit of a slow start for Steve Beaton in terms of how he's performed so far this week.
26.
And he will sense a real opportunity here because of what happened in the opening match with John
60.
Henderson.
Well, Jürgen did flirt with Q School and the Challenge Tour briefly in 2025. Played in the opening weekend, and that was his lot.
96.
Did struggle, did get a couple of wins to his name, but ran into the likes of Adam Gavlis and Fallon Sherrock.
81.
Before deciding the ADC was the route for him.
125.
I guess for a lot of players, the ADC, it's just that little bit more accessible in terms of if you are
59.
a player that is on mainland Europe, playing in the Challenge Tour, commuting over to the UK, if you're not quite getting the return or not quite playing at the level that you feel that you need to compete, then ADC is that place where you can start to hone your skills.
48.
You get the opportunity here at the Super Series, and that's the process that seems to be working for Jürgen.
Yeah, shrewd
96.
ploy by him, really. Going through that route to earn his spot here. making it pay. He's still a leg to the good against a
58.
legend in Steve Beaton, who is vying for top spot.
165. Jürgen, you require 148.
Perfect setup play for Steve Beaton, looking to break straight back, and he will have the chance. Tops required on his return.
60. Steve, you require 40. Game
And
shot
that
the second
iconic
leg.
throw
Steve Beaton.
finds tops at the first attempt.
Third
And
leg is
Beaton
Steve
is
to throw
back
first.
in business. You can watch him throw all day. Makes silk look like barbed wire.
93.
And we were saying yesterday, it's just one of those throws that we talk about the longevity of the career of Steve Beaton. The throw has always remained so consistent.
100. $99.
Jürgen's a bit more of a stretch than
59.
Steve's action, which is just effortless, has given him such longevity in the game.
99.
Yeah, it's something we always say, when you have a lot of moving parts to your throw, it just makes it harder and
180.
harder to repeat. Although now he's found a max, but wasn't able to leave himself a finish.
140.
Well, despite that maximum, he's on a bogey.
$78. Stevie requires 70.
Beaton to hit the front.
Game shot on the
Neat and
third
tidy,
leg.
easy
Steve
as
Beaton.
you like.
Fourth leg is Jürgen to throw first. Game on.
Well, if the first leg was slightly edgy for Steve Beaton, well, the next two have been pretty spot on. 16 and 14 darts, 30 darts in total to take the next two
93.
legs.
No stranger to winning a Group A is Steve Beaton.
136.
Looking to finally get his weekly win here.
$40.
Naughton may have relented a little bit.
93.
Smells blood. It's important for him to win by a wide margin here as well, to really put the pressure on John Henderson at the top.
100.
Yeah, as we've already mentioned, this game, this fixture in particular, has gone the distance both on Monday and Tuesday.
135.
Yeah, as it stands going into this match, there's 7 legs difference between Steve Beaton and John Henderson, and obviously those key 2
100.
points.
Steve require 137.
Naughton once again on a bogey number.
97.
So Steve will be back for tops once more.
56. Stevie require 40.
Staring out that tops. Thought it deserved to go in.
Game
That
shot on the
was
fourth
in.
leg. Steve Beaton.
It's Beaton's turn for a breaker throw.
Fifth leg is Steve to throw
He'll
first.
saunter round.
Game on.
Step back up to throw for this match.
21.
Yeah, a bit of a slip there for Steve Beaton, just opening up an opportunity if Naughton can take it. And again,
92.
that switch to the bottom of the board has worked well.
43.
Well, back-to-back shoddy visits from Steve Beaton. You don't see that every day.
96. 77.
Well, finally gets his treble. Well, the chase is on now because Naughton to keep
81.
this match alive.
Still chasing that treble 20. And again, his
95.
third dart of asking. But he's starting to pick off the big trebles once again. Should bring the 25 into play. Well, he's got away
100.
with it.
He has got away with it.
95.
Steve
Jürgen, you
has
require
got down to a finish.
132.
It's the big fish against the champagne shot. Treble 19. Close, but no
60.
cigar or
Steve,
no
you require
champagne.
170.
Will we get the big fish? It's off the menu.
130.
But again,
Jürgen, you
set
require
up play on
72.
point. But Naughton way off the treble 16. Just one dart to rescue the match, and he
Aim shot the
finds
fifth
chops
leg,
for a
Jürgen
72
Naughton.
finish.
Sixth leg is Jürgen to throw
Well,
first.
fair play to him.
Game on.
Clutch moment. Just the one dart at the double is all he needed. And he's back in the red bit.
137.
So despite the fact that Jürgen's only picked up that one win, there have been some real signs, some
79.
real positive moments. But I think it's just being able to string it together consistently to get across the line in a field with so much calibre.
140. 100.
But what could end up being key, and I know you've mentioned it already, but key to the race for top spot could be leg difference with the table getting so tight at the top.
41.
How often is that the case? So common. That just emphasises the point that
100.
yes, it's over 3 days, but every single match and every single scoreline matters in the end.
105. 140. You're going to require 78.
I've just seen him take out the 72. Can he take out the 78? He's got two darts at double 12 to level it up, to force a last leg decider for the
Aim shot the
third
sixth
day
leg, Jürgen
in a
Naughton.
row.
Seventh and deciding leg is Steve to throw
That
first.
was very handy.
Game on.
Very useful. All the way again, as you say, Laura, and
100.
Beaton kicking off with that sort of minimum expectation when you've got the darts in a last leg shootout.
Yeah, and I think for Steve, he kind of had that
11.
purple patch in the middle of the game where he's gone out in 16, 14, 15 and just hasn't been able to replicate just to get across the
59.
line. But this is a real chance because it's a real low scoring visit from Naughton.
Yeah, after putting in the hard yards of getting yourself back into this match.
140.
Well, that's a good way to rescue it. He's back in the fold.
100.
Vital. Saving treble 20 from Beaton.
$83.
And in a funny way, Naughton, we know he's going to be in Group C. However, he's got this role that he can play as
140.
spoiler. And having only picked up that one game, this could be really damaging to Steve Beaton's ambitions if he cannot get across the line.
Yeah, the pressure is off, Jürgen. He
95.
will ruin
Steve
someone's day.
102.
He's bound to. Pressure is off. Might not be Steve Beaton's day he ruins, though.
42.
Steve will return. How much pressure will he be under? Not a vast amount unless he can find a treble.
44. Steve requires 60.
Tops for the match. Tens will
Good
do
shot.
it. And for
And
the
the match,
third
Steve
consecutive
Beaton.
day, Steve Beaton gets a 4-3 win over Jürgen Naughton. Needs to start winning by a wider margin if he's going to make any indentation, but he is locked together now with John Henderson at the top of the table. It's Beaton and Hendo, both on 16 points. It's Van Tripe against Hunt after the break. Welcome back. Good start to the day. Especially if you're Steve Beaton. 4-3 win for the Bronze Adonis before the break. Off the back of that opening defeat for John Henderson as well. There is still a slight chance for that man, Adam Hunt. But you don't really know what you're going to get from that man, Danny Van Tripe. Weekly winner here in the past. 9-dart hero here in the past. He can be sublime. He can be ridiculous. Adam Hunt. Great to see him back here. Real quality operator. It's about time he won a week here. Now he is back here off his exploits off the Pro Tour as well. Adam's last appearance here, the form lines really did stack up magnificently. Arguably only has to
First leg
replicate
is
that
Danny
form
to throw
to
first.
maybe win this whole
Game
week.
on.
The week he was previously here was won by Jack Drayton, who then went on to win a series.
125.
This match, Laura, really could go either way, and any scoreline wouldn't be a surprise.
It wouldn't, although if you look at the head-to-heads for the week, it has been
140.
very much all about Adam Hunt. Adam won their first encounter on Monday, 4-0. It was a 4-2 win yesterday. It was a closer
58.
meeting, but as we have already kind of lent our ideas to, it depends on Danny. What version of Danny Van Trapp turns
100.
up?
One hundred.
On his day, Danny Van Tripe really can beat anyone. When he is in full flow, he's a joy to behold.
140.
Adam Hunt, model of consistency.
100. Adam, you require 121.
And his chance for an opening break. A chance which quickly dissipates.
Well, Danny yesterday
43.
was
Danny,
by
you require
far
118.
the most improved player compared to what he was doing on Monday, and it was his finishing that was really impressive and
98. Adam, you
wasn't
require
far off the
78.
tops.
Tops the target now for Hunt.
38.
Can't take his
Danny, you require
chance. So
20.
Van Tripe surviving a scare. Looking to work his way in. Over adjusted. Up for a high five, but
10.
no.
Adam, you require
And it's
40.
Hunt that can return now for that early break.
Again, the wire just bending. Needs to slide one underneath.
10.
Well,
Danny, you require 10.
Adam Hunt shown Danny
Games
Van
on the
Tripe
first
the way to
leg.
double
Danny Van
five, and it's a
Tripe.
sarcastic thumbs
Second
up,
leg
but
is
it
Adam to throw
is a
first.
holder throw, and it
Game
could
on.
prove crucial.
Yeah, sloppy in the end by Adam Hunt.
60.
And his chance to really put him in good stead. You don't want to be giving Van Tripe too many
100.
opportunities. He will take them.
$81. $60.
Yeah, Danny's achieved some really good things here at the Super Series. We've mentioned previously he's picked up a
83.
title, picked up the international pairs alongside Jimmy Van Schie, and did hit that 9-darter on
60.
finals night.
Yeah, what an incredible performance that was. Average in excess of 120, my word.
85.
Levels.
$100.
Well, neither participated in the most recent round of challenge tours, so
140.
obvious questions as to how the form was coming into this week with no recognisable recent form to go off.
41. Adam, you require 52.
Persevering, looking once again at
Age
tops,
on the second leg. Adam
which
Hunt.
proves no
Third leg is
issue this
Danny's.
time
Throw first.
around.
Game on. $81.
I think the beauty of this format as well, especially when you're in Group A, though, you do allow yourself to play it back into a bit of form, even if you're not as sharp as match sharp as you'd like to be.
95.
Maybe on the back foot slightly on the Monday, and we saw that very much from Danny, but you can then start finding those levels once again.
100.
That week, Adam was here in Series 13 that was won by the eventual series champion Jack Drayton. Also included Jamie Lewis, former World Championship semi-finalist Jensen Walker, former
43.
series champion Joe Hunt, who's going to be at Ali Pali, and more than likely Minehead as well at the end of the year. John O'Shea, former world master.
140.
It was a ridiculously strong week.
It really was. I think actually it was
140.
a bit
Adam
of a
require
testament to how well
170.
Jack Drayton had to play and then backed it up with that series win. Couldn't find the second treble.
98. Danny, you require 137.
So no treble. Once again, gives Hunt a break opportunity.
$121. Adam, you require 72.
Sets up really well, but it could be all academic. Tops for Hunt.
32. Danny, you require 16.
That top wire of tops is taking some punishment already this morning.
Game shot on the
As
third
Van
leg.
Truyck once
Danny Van
again
Truyck.
survives the
Fourth
scare
leg is
to
Adam
hold
throw
his
first.
throw.
Game on. $46. $60.
Well, Adam did make it into the finals night of that week 9 of Series 13. Ran
43.
into Joe Hunt, who averaged way in excess of a ton. Adam then averaged a ton of his own right and still lost out 4-3 to Drayton.
180.
If he plays that well again here this week, that could be enough.
136.
It could be, based on what we've seen so far in Group A, yet to have an average in excess of 100.
100.
Dan Van Truyck, highest average so far this week of 98.
$140. Danny, you require 161.
Needed the treble 17 for balls, so
97. Adam, you
Hunt.
require
there's
136.
pressure on his throat.
But this could be an absolute diamond of an out.
120.
Double eight
Danny, you
goes
require
awry,
64.
and this time it's Van Truyck who's doing the hunting for a break.
24. Adam, you require 16.
Adam's turn to have a bit of a fright on his own throw. But much
Game's on the
like
fourth
Danny Van
leg,
Truyck
Adam
did, he
Hunt.
survives
Fifth leg is Danny to throw
that
first.
scare.
Game on.
I don't know if you caught the reaction of Danny in the background as well, because he just knew what a key
100.
opportunity that was that he could not convert.
Yeah, they both had them now, haven't they?
100.
It's Hunt, of course, that needs a breaker throw if he's going to get those crucial
125.
2 points.
$134.
I think this is the word that I would use really for this group so far this week. You know, there's been very little to split them.
58.
Perhaps Naughton is maybe the standout player that hasn't performed quite as high as the rest, but for the rest of the field, a consistency. There's nominal difference in terms of the stats between all of them. They're all capable of beating one another, and I think they all know that. Maybe
52.
sense that bit of opportunity.
It might only be his first match
58.
of this Wednesday, but for Adam Hunt, it's a big one because a win here would keep him in the mix for top spot. Would still be within 2 points.
45. Danny, you require
A
160.
win for Danny would mean that Adam is potentially vulnerable for a spot in Group B, where Ted Everts, Colin Osborne and Paul Hogan will await.
22.
Yeah, it
Adam, you
doesn't get
require
particularly any easier,
170.
does it?
Never does. Both in danger of making a bit of a mess. That's better, though, from Hunt. Much better.
121. Danny, you require 138. $46.
And for Van
Adam, you
Tribe, he's
require
gone
49.
from almost breaking to potentially being broken by Adam Hunt.
Game shot.
Well,
the
he's
fifth
been asking
leg,
a lot
Adam
of
Hunt.
questions as the Hunter.
Sixth leg is Adam to throw first.
Finally, he catches that break of throw.
Game on.
Yeah, we mentioned it's not going to get any easier in Group B. As
180.
Hunt fills it up. A perfect start when throwing for the match. It's not going to get any easier in Group C either when you consider
100.
Matthew Dennant awaits along with the Richardsons, both Josh and James.
Yeah, another jam-packed week.
58.
And just looked over to the stats that we've got here and surprised actually that that's Adam Hunt's first 180 because in this match yesterday he
60.
hit 6.
Well, yeah, there's no point sidestepping.
99.
Wise in the end. And in command as Van Tripe has
60. Adam, you require
an aura
164.
of resignation about him now. Didn't need to entertain a big outshot.
132.
Playing the percentages with Van Tripe trailing on 281.
100.
Not going to leave a finish
Adam, you
from there
require
either.
32.
And Hunt now has free reign to wrap up a 4-2 win.
Game
That's
shot.
what he's got.
And the match,
And he is
Adam Hunt.
still in the hunt for top spot of Group A. Big early game, and he's navigated it well. Adam Hunt is back to within 2 points of the leading duo, John Henderson and Steve Beaton, with a commanding performance in the end. Hunt wins 4-2. Welcome back. We are through our opening round of fixtures on decision day in Group A, and things are still wide open at the top of the table. That man is on the chase. The bronze Adonis, Steve Beaton, drawing level with top of the table, John Henderson, after those opening round of fixtures. The man that beat him is Steve's opponent now. Jack Smith impressing once again on the Super Series stage, and he could throw a further spanner in the works for the leading duo if he can back up that win, and he has the darts this time. With that win for Adam Hunt before the break, 4-2 over Danny Van Tripe, still means that, well, probability suggests that Jack Smith will still end up in Group C, but if he keeps on winning, you never know, he could wind up in Group B.
92.
Yeah, you've just got to keep that belief alive, haven't you? I know that Jack Smith will be relying on favours if he is to move up the table.
58.
But he could make a good start here if he can get the better of Steve Beaton. Hasn't been able to do it so far this week. And a bit like Steve Beaton's head-to-head record with Jürgen Naughton. Both their matches gone the distance, gone to last leg deciders.
97.
And I think that's been the thing with Steve Beaton. We've mentioned it already that, yeah, he's level on points with John Henderson, but there's that big gap in the leg differences. A lot of Steve Beaton's matches, they've run really close.
Fact is as well that Steve doesn't face John until
30. Jack, you require 124.
Group A, match 14 of the day, and Smith looking at the ball,
91.
but he will return. Didn't really need to entertain the shot.
Yeah, interesting choice. Obviously, maybe feels confident
45.
that he's
Jack,
comfortable that he's got
33.
quite a bit of time on his hands. He's tidied it up and taken it out.
First leg, Jack Smith. Second leg is Steve to throw first. Game on.
Just looks totally unflustered.
81.
Coming here this week and seeing that you've got to face the likes of Steve Beaton and John Henderson a minimum of 3 times could be a daunting proposition for some, despite John and Steve being two of the nicest guys you will ever meet.
But these are legends of the sport, aren't they? So, yeah, I agree. I think it could be... But I think players take it in one of two ways. Yes, it can be very daunting, but also sense that chance of beating someone who's done so much in the sport.
140. $100.
Well, beaten for the second match in a row this morning, starting slowly, but there is always a response.
Talking of responses,
Steve, you require 100.
It's a huge response from Jack Smith.
60.
And he will get
Jack, you require 85.
At the 85 is a break opportunity. May just be one dart at the ball, but gone awry with the first.
45. Steve, you require 40.
Tops the target. He's been good on 10s. And once again,
leg,
it
Steve
comes
Beaton.
to Steve Beaton's
Third
rescue.
leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
I have to say, Jack Smith was a very good teammate in the pub quiz last night, despite one minor error from him. Obviously, the Yorkshireman, there was a dream question for him. He had to point on a map as to where the East Ridings of Yorkshire were, but poor Jack ended up pointing at Cumbria.
Just overshot it slightly.
100.
I mean, much like Anton's misdemeanor, I mean, the clue is in the question. I mean, he went west instead of east.
140.
Either way, back in his comfort zone at the hockey. Looks at home on the stage under the lights in front of the cameras.
I might have to have a word with your teammates and see what misdemeanors that you came up with yesterday.
180.
Absolutely
Jack,
flawless.
124.
Treble 18.
$56. Steve, you require 121.
Oh, wrong side.
38. Jack, you require
Wrong side
68.
again. Not left it totally ideal, but Smith now may have to resort at just one shot at the bullseye. Oh, that's all he needed. Magnificent from the Aerosmith once again.
Game on.
He shakes his head, but nevertheless, he is impressing.
50.
Yeah, sometimes when you have to kind of utilise the ball in a shot where you feel like you should be going for a double, it feels like a bit of a rescue situation. But ultimately, it's that holder throw that's all important
60.
for Jack Smith. Again, just asking Steve Beaton, forcing Steve Beaton to come up with a response.
The
41.
Fact, like you mentioned, both of the wins for Steve over Jack this week so far have been narrow ones. Feels as though Jack will feel like he hasn't got much more to do to just reverse things a little bit.
No, it must
140.
I imagine it's twofold. It gives you that confidence to know that you can be well within a match against someone like Steve Beaton, but on the other side of it, frustrating that you haven't been able to get past him. And once again, on the back foot, Steve Beaton producing the goods.
60.
Absolutely,
Steve
there is
62.
always a response.
Game
And
shot
that
on
is
the fourth leg.
emphatic.
Steve Beaton.
Draws
Fifth leg is
level
Jack to throw
again.
first.
Out in 15. Again, the impetus now back on Smith and
78.
just saves himself from buckling that.
91. $100.
Only a ton. If Beaton can back up that opening visit, which it looks like he's going to do.
100. $25.
Well, that's a mistake. And that's an unfortunately timed mistake for Jack Smith. And Steve Beaton now finds a maximum.
180.
All over it, wasn't he?
140.
Smith
Steve
responds, but it
130.
might be too late. Well, it's not, because Beaton couldn't reel in the little fish. Smith nevertheless needs a worldie. Steve just contemplating his options.
74. Jack, you require
158. To be
158.
fair.
$58. Steve, you require 56.
Just back up the top of the board.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Steve
Again,
Beaton.
precision finishing from the bronzed Adonis.
Sixth leg is Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well, could he and John Henderson be on a collision course? That would certainly take leg difference out of the
140.
equation. It could well be winner take all in match 14 of 15.
98.
Later on today, plenty of water to go under the bridge prior to that.
140.
John Henderson has a tricky match to navigate coming up next. He faces Adam Hunt against the darts.
100.
You have to give full credit here to Steve Beaton, who was really on the back foot at times here against Jack Smith,
140.
especially in the opening exchanges. But perhaps putting in one of his best performances of the week so far.
95. Steve, you require 81.
Yeah, since that opening leg, Beaton hasn't really looked back.
49.
Nice and simple. Sets things up for a match-winning opportunity on his return.
60. Steve, you require 32.
Double 16.
16.
Now
Jack,
then.
you require
Yeah,
148.
slight falter towards the tail end of the leg for Steve Beaton. But cannot get the combination started off the 148, so more
100.
chances.
Steve, you require 16. Game shot.
Finds a
And the
friend in
match,
double 4,
Steve
and Steve
Beaton.
Beaton goes top of Group A for now at least. Henderson has his game in hand coming up next, but that was a really nice performance by Steve Beaton. Average in the 90s, 2 180s, strong doubling percentage as well. Very neat and tidy. Henderson faces Adam Hunt after this break.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 4 games played, but the next one really interesting because John Henderson, well, for the first time in quite some time, he is now not at the top of the table. That honour goes to Steve Beaton after his win over Jack Smith. Henderson, though, could go back to top if he can get the better of Adam Hunt. But Adam Hunt is still in that fight for top spot. So this could see some real changes to the table. Potentially for John Henderson, he'll go back into first, or he could
It's
fall
Adam to
down
throw
into
first.
third
Game
position.
on.
So has quite a lot of potential to impact the table and perhaps the way the rest of today goes.
Well, a perfect start
180.
from Adam Hunt, and yeah, spells of warning signs
43.
for John Henderson from top to potentially third. And the interesting factor is that
100.
Adam's leg difference is level with John's coming into this one. It's really strong. So we did note that 7-1 on Adam Hunt right at the start
40.
today for him to win the group. He is still in the mix. This is a big game for him.
So the one thing Adam Hunt hasn't been able to do, though,
81.
so far this week is get the better of John Henderson. Yesterday went right down to the last leg, and it was a game that you felt that Adam was in control of for such a
100. Adam, you
long
require
periods of time.
140.
But the finishing from Henderson was exceptional. A 135 on the ball, a 146 to win it. He really had to dig himself out of
55.
trouble. And we know with John Henderson that if he finds himself in trouble, he does have levels.
Oh, absolutely. It was a bit more
45.
one-way traffic
Adam, you
between the
require
pair for the
85.
Highlander on Monday. Wide margin win.
Game shot on the
Gonna have
first
to
leg.
chase Adam Hunt
Hunt
again, much
Second
like
leg
he
is
did
John to throw
yesterday.
first. Game on.
This is real good stuff by Hunt. Fantastic start to the day for him. Will probably feel as though he is due a
64.
win over Henderson.
I think the other thing for Adam is the fact that he'll probably feel he has to go through the card if he's got any chance of topping the group. And
180.
it's a second consecutive leg where Adam's kicked off with a max.
140.
These two good pals off the hockey as well, along with a friendship with Steve Beaton. These two were both
58.
some of the players that dressed up in full Steve Beaton regalia on Steve's final day of the Pro Tour. There is
60.
photographic evidence somewhere on the internet.
Yeah, and they're players that have played each other on many an occasion
140.
in their head-to-heads. When you look at their record in the PDC, it's actually 7-5 in favour of John Henderson, and they have been
66.
close
Adam, you're
results between the
123.
two. So they may be friends, but there's probably also a bit of a friendly rivalry between the two.
$55.
Hunt will return, but under how much pressure?
131. Adam, you require 68.
He's going to get 2 bites of the cherry. He's going to need them both as well.
64. John, you require 40.
Under the weight of the pressure, Hunt has indeed
Game
relented,
shot the
and
second
Henderson
leg, John
tidies
Henderson.
up.
Third leg is Adam to throw first.
Hunt was almost
Game
in
on.
cruise control, but now finds himself level.
And again, it's just those key moments for me for John Henderson, that 1-3-1 to leave himself
81.
on top, to apply the pressure, to give himself the chance. That's when he can really just pull out these show-stopping scores and finishes.
82.
Having to work very hard is John Henderson in the early stages of this one, but Hunt is scoring well, but real
125.
opportunity squandered for him to go 2 to the good.
Yeah, and it was very much
42.
started off in the same vein as their match yesterday.
Well, there's a huge gulf in the numbers between the two. Hunt hovering around the 100 mark. Henderson
100.
mid-70s. And yet, the column that matters the most is the legs column, and they are level.
Yeah, you can just see that average just start to
180.
rise as Henderson finds the first maximum.
$100. $97. Adam, you require 95.
Giving Hunt plenty to think about yet again when it gets to the business end of a leg.
55. John, you require 100.
Oh, I wondered if he go treble 20. It was a nice lie for
60.
after that first
Adam, you
start.
require 40.
Tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Adam Hunt.
But I think you're
Fourth
right.
leg is
That
John to
lie
throw
was
first.
really appealing. Henderson couldn't resist that temptation for tops. Ultimately
83.
proved to be the downfall.
$59.
Well, a traveller's visit and an opening here for John Henderson, who's looking to find max number 2.
180.
Yeah, 2 apiece now in the maximum tally.
99.
Could be in again.
98.
Well, that'll do.
Both these two yesterday, there were moments in matches where they looked like they couldn't miss the treble 20 I mentioned
134.
previously.
John, you
Adam
require
had
140.
6 180s in one match. Well, Henderson had 4 in a single match himself.
100.
Looking good to level once more.
$96. John, you require 40.
Keeps on edging
Game shot on
down
the
and
fourth
finding
leg,
the
John
target
Henderson.
with his
Fifth leg is
third.
Adam to throw first.
And we
Game
are
on.
back level pegging.
Yeah, the pair
100.
just exchanging leg by leg, and I guess it's a formula that Adam Hunt won't mind if it continues in the same vein.
25.
That's probably been the issue so far in this match. I know we're only a few legs in, but for Henderson, just not making enough inroad on the Adam Hunt throw.
140.
Yeah, you're right, and that has caused that chasm in between the pair in the
30.
averages. Henderson has been giving himself mountains to climb.
Yeah, 6 starts thrown, only
60.
55 points scored. It's very much looking likely that Adam will go within a leg of the match.
$30.
Well, Hunt is being allowed to set things up
100.
once again. Henderson really does have to start to force the issue here.
41.
He
Adam,
needs
you
a
require
break.
101.
It probably isn't going to happen in this leg. Unless Adam Hunt has some serious
69.
double trouble.
$140.
That's
Adam, you
better
require
from Henderson,
32.
but potentially that's what he needs to take into the next leg.
$16.
Well, this one isn't over just yet.
$65. Adam, you require
Henderson
16.
does get down to a finish, albeit the
Game
biggest of
shot
the
on
lot.
fifth leg,
But
Adam Hunt.
Hunt won't
Sixth
give
leg is
him a
John to throw
chance at
first.
it.
Game on.
Let's get that 3-2 lead, which was coming from a distance. And Henderson now
100. 180.
Once again on his own throw, though, rediscovers his scoring boots.
Yeah, when this happens in
100.
matches, and it does happen to players, but it's a bit of a head scratcher, isn't it? When you look, and after 9 darts thrown in the previous leg, John
60.
Henderson was still in the 400s, has now kicked off with a max.
But he hasn't allowed Hunt to escape him.
180.
Hunt will still feel as though he has a modicum of control, as he will have the darts if this does go to a deciding leg.
41.
Well, Hunt may be thinking this is the chance, this is the opportunity just to seal the deal here in leg number 6.
100.
Avoid the drama of the last leg decider.
$44. Adam, you require
Bullseye
121.
was the target. Now there's options with Henderson not on a finish.
He's just got to tidy things up
89.
now. And Hendo, you feel, needs at least a 140.
140. Adam, you require 32.
Well, that's what he got. Hunt can finish it here, and
shot.
does so.
And the match. Adam
And in the
Hunt.
space of 2 matches, one that he didn't even feature in, John Henderson has gone from first down to third. Adam Hunt has surpassed him now on leg difference and is within 2 of Steve Beaton in top spot. Fantastic display, 3 180s with a 96 average. Adam Hunt is on the charge. Welcome back. Welcome along to Decision Day in Group A here at the Modus Super Series, live and free, as always, on Pluto TV. Now we turn our attentions to the bottom end of the table. It's all kicking off at the top. It's the beaten top by 2 points from both Adam Hunt, who has moved up into second at the expense of John Henderson before the break. Hunt sealing a 4-2 win. That man Jürgen Naughton booked for Group C, bottom of the table, on a horrific losing run after winning his debut match on Monday morning, taking on Danny van Tripe. The whirling dervish Danny van Tripe, the enigma Danny van Tripe. You don't really know what
First
you're going to
leg
get
is
from
Jürgen
him
to throw
match
first.
on match at the moment.
Game on.
But a tremendous talent that you cannot deny. It's looking likely that Danny will be joining Jürgen in Group C in the
100.
second half of the week, but it's a good chance to get a win and get a bit of
60.
confidence back as well.
Yeah, well, I understand the pair of these, they travelled over together. Dutch
100.
duo. And in terms of the head-to-heads, they are one apiece. And for Naughton, it's now been 10 consecutive losses in a row.
41.
But that one win that he did get was his very first match, and it was against Danny van Tripe. I actually thought Naughton played quite steady in his opening match today.
97.
Did lose 4 legs to 3 to Steve Beaton, but it was a much improved performance from what we saw yesterday. If he can do something similar and Danny stays
60.
how he was in the first, then it could be a second win for Jürgen.
Yeah, his numbers make better reading than that of Danny's from both their first encounters. However,
140.
Danny really was in the match against Adam Hunt. Just towards the tail end of it, though, is when he started to drift
100.
away somewhat.
Jürgen, you require 64.
Jürgen is in command of this opening leg and can end it with double 16.
32.
Arguably for Naughton, it's not necessarily all the early exchanges, is it, that have been the issue, because he's made it through to a lot of
41.
last leg
Jürgen, you
deciders and
require
it's
32.
just fallen short at the final hurdle.
Game shot the
It's
first
there.
leg. Jürgen
He's
Nelson.
one to the good,
Second
and
leg
you're
is
right,
Danny
it
to throw
is when
first. Game on.
the finish line has been in sight. He hasn't thrust his way through it. He's tried
100.
to hobble over the line and has always been caught.
$60.
But with the pair knowing one another
100.
well, I suppose it'll be where Jürgen will feel most comfortable.
$99. $100.
I think what I started seeing yesterday from Danny was just a little bit more of that confidence when he was walking around the stage. When he started to pick up a few more points, you could just see
60.
that good feeling, that winning feeling returning to Danny van Tripe. And I think that's what I'd implore him to get back, because he is one of those players that kind of thrives
140.
off of the confidence.
Yeah, you do not want to be writing him off. Sometimes
47.
it
Danny,
does
you require
benefit
61.
these players playing the full week and getting better and better day on day.
Shot on
And
the second leg.
there's
Danny
nothing
van
wrong with
Tripe.
that at
Third
all.
leg is Jürgen to throw first.
Fantastic
Game on.
response by Danny van Tripe, firing in a 14-dart leg.
140. $100.
As for Danny van Tripe, as mentioned,
55.
he's won a regulation week. He's also won the international pairs, but he's also been one of those players that has entertained, possibly not always for the right reasons.
100.
The darts have normally done the talking, but he has had a few kind of interactions, say, with the TV. A little slight slip off the stage, which made everyone call him Danny Van Tripp for at least a week.
41.
Yeah, nothing like that yet. He's kept
100.
well clear of that TV monitor, you can see there. Yeah, he's bumped his head on it before. He's having a keen peer
58.
round as well. Yeah, he really is good value though, isn't he?
55.
When he is on it, there's not many that can hang with him.
97. Danny, you require 146.
I can't get the 146 started, but we did see some good finishes from him yesterday, including a 156. So it is there. It's just kind of untapping it
58.
once again.
Jürgen, you require 110.
Well, wrong side of the wire, but it's not a total disaster. Has to now turn his attentions to 19s, but frankly, that was nowhere near the treble.
54. Danny, you require 88.
Shot at the ball.
Games
Right
on the third
in the
leg. Danny
centre
Van
of the
Tripp.
centre of the centre.
Fourth leg is Danny to
I
throw
don't think you could
first.
put that in there with your hand and got it better
Game on.
positioned.
No, he enjoyed that one. Little cheeky look to the camera as well.
100.
Oh, he's in the groove now.
80.
And this is kind of what I'm referring to. As soon as Danny starts picking up
60.
legs, as soon as a few good things start happening, then I think that old feeling comes back of how confident he can be and how good he can be up on the
98.
stage.
Yeah, and if he does end up in Group C, whereas we know only 2 from 6 qualified, that's a nasty
81.
little Group C to be in.
Yeah, Group C is notoriously
100.
difficult to get out of anyway, because only 2 from the 6 do progress through to the next round. But yeah, when you look at the caliber that's in there, then that just makes it all the more
80.
difficult. The
Danny, you
two
require
Richardsons joining
123.
from tomorrow, and Matthew Dennant.
2 9s
105.
on the wire, but there's definite signs of that confidence growing.
$94. Danny, you require 18.
Came close with his first
Games
effort,
on the
finds
fourth
it with
leg,
his
Danny Van
second,
Tripp.
and he's 3-1 to the
Fifth
good.
leg is Jürgen to throw first. Game on.
This is domineering now. Getting his average into the 90s as well.
99.
Only 13 dart leg from Van Tripp.
180.
Starts with a maximum. His second of this match. It's been a good contest, this. And after
137.
early bright starts from Naughton, it has been one-way traffic, all in favour of Danny Van Tripp.
100.
And when you consider for Danny that over the course of Monday and Tuesday, he'd hit 5 maximums in total. He's already had 3 so far today, and we're only on the second match. Maybe this is just signs that he's growing
58.
into the week.
All about peaking at the right time in this format.
180.
Oh, he's already won legs in 14, 18 and 13, potentially
99.
dart to
Danny,
seal the
require
deal.
41.
Tops. And
Hey,
that
Chop.
is
And
Danny
the
Van
match,
Tripp
Danny Van
at
Tripp.
his peak. And there is Danny Van Tripp. We've had Van Tripp and Van Tripp meanders his way off the stage after a fantastic display. A 97 average, 3 maximums, 80% on the outer ring. That is strong from Danny Van Tripe. Interesting start to the day then, the final day, decision day of Group A. John Henderson started top, but back-to-back defeats for Hendo sees him now slip down to third. Steve Beaton and Adam Hunt both on the march. Beaton is now top by 2 from Hunt. They still have to face one another, and Adam has the best leg difference of the lot. However, Danny Van Tripe, he may only be in 5th, but if he can encapsulate the form he displayed before the break, he is going to have a major say as to who finishes in top spot. He still has to face Steve Beaton and John Henderson. So things are really hotting up as we now enter the final 3 rounds of fixtures in this Group A. The question is, can Adam Hunt keep on winning? 7-1 to win the group at the start of today's session. He would have known, he would have had to, or will have to, run through the card to give himself any sort of chance. He's taking on Jack Smith, who always takes some beating. Defeated John Henderson in the opening match of today. Couldn't back it up though. Steve Beaton got the better of him by 4
First leg
legs
is
to
Jack
2.
to throw first.
Jack has the darts in
Game
this
on.
one. And it's once again going to be a tough match for Adam Hunt. But
45.
I think, Laura, it's not about increasing Adam's levels. It's about sustaining them at this point.
Well, I was going to say yes, but after that first visit to the board, Adam Hunt kicking off with a maximum. Looks like the
119.
I can't say it. Sustaining it is not necessarily going to be the issue here for Adam.
93.
You just feel that he knows this is decision day. He knows he's in with a shout. He is absolutely trying to leave
100.
everything out there on the oche.
$94.
Yes, it's been really good stuff. The start of the day for Adam Hunt. Still has Steve Beaton to play. That happens in match
58.
10.
Adam, you require
Well,
134.
he rounds his day off with a match against Jürgen Naughton, who is in bottom.
Yeah, at the beginning of the day, we were surmising that it might come down to
74.
that match, that penultimate match between Henderson and Beaton, but now match 10 might be the one that is decisive.
96. Adam, you require 50.
Well, the double of choice is tops, but now has to quickly navigate his way
12.
down to double 19,
Jack, you
and that
require 83.
could prove costly. Now, that has scuppered Smith's
51.
chances of
Adam, you require 38.
holding his own throw in the opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
Hunt does
Adam
find his way to navigate double
Second leg is Adam to
19.
throw
An
first.
early break of
Game
throw,
on.
and once again he's on his way.
$96.
Yeah, Adam Hunt's just looked really quite in control, quite consistent. Make the same argument for Jack Smith. I mean, in terms
100.
of their meetings this week, it's one apiece. But as we are on the day where decisions are made, just that extra
95.
bit of pressure. I think Jack's probably playing with slightly more freedom than Adam at the moment.
58.
It
140.
looked likely at the start of today that it will be Messrs Smith, Van Tribe and Naughton that will be going on to ply their trade in Group C
100.
in the second half of the
Adam, you
week, and that
require
is
170.
very much the case as things stand now. Hunt looking to reel in the big fish, but once again, if there is just sort of a minor foible in his game at the moment, just that
135.
stray the wrong side of the wire, could do with being cut out.
85. Adam, you require 35.
To double his leg tally.
Game shot on the second leg.
Clean,
Adam Hunt.
clinical from Adam
Third leg
Hunt.
is Jack to throw first. Game on.
Opening 2 legs, 1 in 30 darts, averaging in excess of 100.
Really has got the
82.
bit between his teeth. It's like he's been offered a ticket for the Newcastle match tonight. He wants to get out of here.
It's the one thing that you will say about everyone in this group. They all play to quite a nice pace,
60.
quite a nice rhythm. There's no one that really is too methodical to upset the rhythms of the opponents.
135. $58.
Well, Smith now does battle back.
140.
He's capable of just having these spurts, these legs that he can reel off 2 or 3 at a time.
43. Jack, you require 144.
But on the flip side, he's guilty of doing the opposite and being quiet. Was quiet for the opening couple.
78.
He's not quiet now.
$135. Jack, you require
There's that tight drift
66.
that you've mentioned previously. Which means even if tops doesn't
46.
go, Jack Smith will be back.
$130. Jack, you require 20.
2 10s. Goes inside on both.
No score. Adam, you require 75.
This would sting a little bit. Was looking to get back into the match, but given the way Hunt has been performing, this could well go. It hasn't.
63. Jack, you require
Just
20.
grazed that wire on its way. A reprieve for Smith,
Age on
who
the
this
third
time
leg, Jack
converts.
Smith. Fourth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
But once again, Adam Hunt just showing how dangerous he can be, because
99.
I felt like he was totally out of the leg and played himself back in to get a dart to go 3-0 up.
140. $78.
Perfect first. Second proved to be
139.
a little bit of a blocker, hence why he elected to switch. It doesn't come as any surprise that Jack Smith is fighting back
85.
admirably in this one.
He's just starting to find that rhythm, that pace.
100.
Quite often when he gets the first dart right, he can follow it, and it's 3 consecutive scores of 100 or more.
96. Jack, you require 122.
Looking at 18s. Don't need 3 of them here. What a find. Can he find the bull as well? No, it's
97.
green, not red.
Adam, you require 143.
But what an effort that was.
Treble 17. I would have left him double 16, but it's a chance here for Smith to level up at 2-all.
119. Jack, you require 25.
Setup play from Hunt was exquisite, but it might not matter. It doesn't.
Shot on the fourth leg. Jack Smith.
Smith is now level.
Fifth leg is Jack to throw
His
first.
break back as well. Hunt was threatening to run away with things.
Game on.
Smith now in the process of doing Steve Beaton and John Henderson a huge favour.
140.
There was a real gulf in the averages, but Jack Smith has just started to
77.
level things out.
Well,
83.
57 points on the floor for Adam Hunt, not aiding his cause whatsoever.
140. $43.
Could that just give Hunt a bit of hope? Has to do it for himself though. Looking for cover.
81.
Finding a bit of it.
Oh, just keeps his nose in front. Jack
100.
Smith's really good at making that what we would assume would be an awkward adjustment. That first dart goes low, and he's able to lift it past.
Oh, he's going to stay there.
57. Jackie require
Frustrating for the
135.
Hunter. No trouble. There was
63.
Still
Adam,
plenty
you
of
require
space. It was an open
146.
target for the bullseye. Can Hunt. Well, no, the opportunity was over before it began. The treble 19 just simply arrived a dart too late. Smith now from 2-0 down, looking to go
71.
3-2
Jackie
up.
requires 72.
It's a slip. So 1 dart at the ball.
47.
I don't know if that's
Adam,
slight
you
pause.
require
Look over
75.
to the scoreboard. Just put him off his rhythm.
Yeah, double checked when he really didn't know what he had.
55.
It was either that
Jackie
or
required 25.
just double checking what Adam was on.
Well, dangerous tactic.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
nevertheless,
leg.
from
Jack
2-0 down, he is
Six-legged
3-2
Adam
up.
for
And
throw
now
first.
Adam Hunt, for the first
Game on.
time today, looking vulnerable.
Smith. 42.
And not able to find a big treble. As mentioned, he was averaging in excess of a ton when taking those first couple of opening legs, but the next 3 consecutive ones have all gone the way of
81.
Smith.
Yeah, it's been quite a marked drop-off. The free-flowing rhythm is just been stunted
121.
slightly. Rescued that visit really well. This is a big passage of play
60.
now, really, for Adam Hunt.
.96 as well to squeeze that last dart into the treble 19 bed.
59.
Don't see Jack switching all that much.
Doesn't have to more often
45.
than not, given the way his darts land in the board. Nice and proud, aren't they?
140.
No, and that a near perfect example of how he uses the way the darts land to follow up.
Desperately chasing
42.
a
Jackie
treble,
require
but
161.
this match was turned on its head.
60.
Desperately wanted
Adam,
more.
you
Maybe could
require
have utilised the 25 with the
155.
third. And desperately seeking a biggie.
Now it's all about the setup.
97. Jackie require 101.
Match dart
89.
comes and goes.
Adam, you require
Now
58.
or never for Adam Hunt.
It's a big miss. Has to burn a dart, but it's one at tops.
18.
Just grazes past the
Jackie
wire.
require 12.
Well, Adam Hunt was on a roll. And he still might be,
No
as
score.
Smith has afforded him another
Adam, you require 40.
bite of the cherry. One that he simply has to swallow up. Just taking his time. He knows this is a big moment.
Down to tens.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Does
Adam Hunt.
take it to level it up to
Seventh
force the
and
last
deciding
leg
leg is Jack to
decider.
throw first. Game on.
As for Jack Smith, this may be a bit of dart vu. He had a couple of match darts against Adam Hunt to beat him yesterday 4 legs to 2.
24.
He's had the same thing here. It might just be the solitary dart, but ultimately it's one that's missed and one that's been punished.
140.
Oh, Hunt has punished that sloppy opening visit from Smith there as well.
41.
And he's now looking to kick clear.
140.
And this is a pattern that seemingly happens to Jack Smith.
180.
Gets himself in such a strong position, and then in that last leg decider, his opponent just steps it back up again. And despite hitting that maximum, still on the back foot because Adam's fired one back at him.
180.
Well, what a resurgence. Adam Hunt, his hopes
58. Adam, you require 40.
were on the ropes. 140, 140, 180.
33.
But not the 41 he needed. No need to panic just yet.
$84.
Slip with the last.
Adam, you require
And a
8.
match-winning chance once again here for Adam Hunt.
Has to. Surely.
No score.
Remarkable.
Jack, you require 114.
Single 14 for tops for the
It's
match,
up.
and it is
And the
Jack
match,
Smith that gets
Jack
across
Smith.
the line, 4 legs to 3, and perhaps has really dented Adam Hunt's chances at topping the table. Impressive from Jack Smith, who had to fight, had to battle. It was a back and forth between the two, but it's Smith who wins 4 legs to 3.
A day of twists and turns so far. Before the break, Adam Hunt, quite remarkably, did not get a 4-3 win over Jack Smith, despite starting the last leg decider with two 140s and a max. Smith taking out 114 for the win. Advantage.
First
Steve
leg is
Beaton.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
He can now put himself clear at the top with a nice cushion as well for now, at least, if he can get
80.
a win over Danny Van Tripe. But, Laura, if Danny shows the form which we saw from him just a couple of matches ago, it's Steve that could be the one in
44.
trouble.
Well, Steve found himself in a bit of trouble against Danny Van Tripe yesterday. I mentioned Danny really did up the levels, had the performance so far of the group.
54.
That was yesterday. That was a 4-0 win over Steve Beaton. That was what really dented that leg difference for the bronzed Adonis. So
85.
anything like the match before, as you say, or anything like how he performed against Steve yesterday. And absolutely, Danny Van Tripe could be pushing
95.
back up the table and could just make everything a little bit easier for the likes of Adam Hunt and John Henderson, who are now finding themselves
41.
chasing.
Well, Henderson to face
134.
Naughton after this one to round off the third round of fixtures. It's
60.
just important for
require
Steve to just keep on winning.
138.
It's in his own hands. Has started matches
98.
pretty slowly so far today, but it's not the case this time for Beaton. Back for tops.
126. Stevie require 40. Game shot on the first
That's a
leg.
pretty
Steve Beaton.
straightforward holder
leg
throw
is
for
Danny
Steve
to throw
Beaton
first.
in the
Game
opening
on.
leg. Yeah, I guess with Steve Beaton, he's going to want to think. He's playing those bottom three players. He's already played Naughton, played Jack Smith, now
99.
facing Danny Van Tripe, and they're the three at the foot of the table. So the next two that he's got left are Adam Hunt, are John
81.
Henderson. He have everything in his own control, but I guess the idea here is to try and rack up the points against the ones that perhaps aren't playing quite to top
85.
level, and then try and negotiate away past Hunt and Henderson.
129.
Well, Danny found himself one down in that previous match. After that,
99.
reeled off leg after leg and in seriously impressive order.
33.
Poorly timed visit from Steve Beaton. Van
58.
Tripe, a lot of players will actually just go to the referee to find out exactly what's been hit at any given time, but Danny really does kind of crane his neck round to
140.
find out
Danny, you're
what,
by 160.
where the darts have landed.
It is very meerkat-like.
120. Stevie require 118.
Can't find tops for a majestic 160. Can Beaton dial it up? No, misses the big number, and even
78.
somewhat of the
Danny, you require
experience
40.
and quality of Steve Beaton.
Game shot on the
It's
second
susceptible
leg.
to an
Danny
error
Van
or
Tripe.
two. Van Tripe
Third leg
tidies
is
up.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Beaton not quite got Danny Van Tripe's number at the moment.
100. 97.
Potential nickname for Danny, the meerkat.
83.
Sure, there's worse out there. There's plenty better.
You could actually see with the
100.
patination of his shirt at the moment how you can incorporate the Dutch colours with a bit of a meerkat fur-like pattern. We've got the branding on point.
45.
Yeah, there's scope for merch.
$140.
On occasion, where he's in full flow, he can make it look simples.
99.
Oh
Danny,
dear,
you require
we
164. $100.
That'll do. Nice level ton. Has got this chance for
98.
that crucial break
Danny, you
of
require
throw.
64.
No doubt John Henderson and Adam Hunt will be keeping a keen eye on proceedings. Yep. More
Shot on the
meerkat
third
shenanigans
leg,
from
Danny
Van Tripe, but the quality is there
Fourth
to
leg
go
is
with it.
Danny to throw first. Game on. $45.
Well, Danny managed to find the break, but has not kicked off particularly well in the fourth leg.
100.
Steve Beaton, such a seasoned performer here. Absolutely will not panic at this
100.
stage.
He won't. But my mind is still on meerkats, and if Danny and Wesley don't represent Team
93.
Netherlands at the next international pairs dressed as meerkats, then something has gone wrong somewhere.
41.
But there is serious business to attend to if you are
95.
Steve Beaton. He does want to win this Group A. Speaking to him this morning, he does want those 2 days off. Henderson had a much more relaxed
41.
approach. He was okay with the fact if he's got to play the full week, that's fine. Steve wanted to win this group badly.
85.
He's slightly fortunate there.
60.
'Cause if he
Steve
hadn't have
require
hit that final treble
128.
20, he would have left a bogey number.
55.
He was trying to force his way through to the treble 20, landed in the treble 5.
94. Stevie requires 73.
But the break back is still on. And it's tops for Beaton.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Clean and
Steve
clinical.
Beaton.
Quality
Fifth leg is
shines
Steve
through
to throw
time
first.
after time after time.
Game on. $100.
Just looks so effortless.
I'm sure at this stage on decision day, it probably feels anything but effortless. But I do agree, he makes it look easy. As Danny Tripe, making it look easy with the max.
41.
Oh,
140.
5 out of 6 for Van Tripe. He's warming to the task yet again.
84.
With that sloppy start on Monday, I really feel as though Van Tripe could have put himself into contention.
121.
I do
Danny
agree. I
required
think for
91.
Jack Smith and Danny Van Tripe especially, the damage was done on Monday.
51. Stevie require 155.
Well beaten. Going to have to be forced to take out the 155, but falls at the
82.
second hurdle this
Danny, you
time.
require 40.
Tops for Van Tripe to move one away.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And that
Danny Van
is
Tripe.
how the scenario is played out.
Sixth leg is Danny to throw first.
Now throwing for the match. We suspected that Van Tripe may spoil
100.
one or maybe two of his rivals' days here. Could it be Steve Beaton's? But as we've said already, there is
136.
always a response.
But Danny still
100.
has that slight advantage throwing first in this leg that would see him get across the line.
140.
But back to back, 2 treble visits from Steve Beaton.
85. 51.
Doesn't find the 25 either, so Van Tripe setting things up. A treat.
140.
Yeah, he would have loved another max there, but I'm sure settling for the 140 in the knowledge he'll be back.
81.
Potential
Danny requires
match-winning
76.
dance incoming for Danny Van Tripe.
Game shot.
And it goes.
And the match.
And Danny Van Tripe is making moves here today. It's too late for him to win the group as he struggles to wrestle his darts out of the board. But back-to-back wins now for Danny means that Steve Beaton cannot cement and run away with things at the top of the group. John Henderson will have his tail up heading into our next match. That's coming up after the break against Jürgen Naughton. Welcome back. John Henderson went from first to third a couple of matches ago. Now, with a win here, he can go from third to first. It's been that sort of day. The picture usually starts to become clearer at this stage of a Group A. Not this one. Well, John has the darts here against bottom of the group. Jürgen Naughton, who, since winning his debut match here, has been on a horrific losing run, which
First leg, it's John to throw first.
hasn't really shown any signs of
Game on.
relenting. It's a good opportunity for Henderson to get back to winning ways.
140.
It's almost a perfect start for him.
Yeah, John Henderson, experienced player here at the Live Lounge, and he will
93.
be more than aware of the permutations, the chance to go back to pole position.
95. $55.
Well, this is where Henderson's leg difference does come into play. It's still not a huge factor if he does keep on winning, as
140.
he still has to face Steve Beaton in the penultimate match of the entirety of this Group A.
96. John, you require 126.
Certainly returned in determined fashion here.
Well, he's had a couple of games, hasn't he? Rest, a few
58.
moments in that back practice room to maybe just rectify a couple of issues from his previous match.
97. John, you require 68.
And he should be looking at least one dart. It's normally tops. Tops is the intended target.
48. Jürgen, you require 160.
Well, could he? I wonder. He wanted it. And it really was a good effort.
96.
It
John,
would
you
have
require
been an
20.
almighty steal as Henderson. Now looking at double five. And
15.
it's problematic,
Jürgen,
to
you require
say
64.
the least. This is much more achievable for Naughton.
Double 16.
32. John, you require 5.
No problem with the big number. No
Game
problem
John
this
first leg,
time
John
with the
Henderson.
double
Second leg,
either.
it's Jürgen to throw first. Game on.
Could have, should have been a lot more commanding. But it's a winning leg nevertheless.
57.
And you are now just starting to get a sense of frustration from Naughton, who we have seen over the last couple of days some really good
58.
moments from, but finding it difficult to just string them together consecutively to win any more matches other than that very first one on Monday morning.
125. $140.
Well, the scoring power is there once again from Henderson for all to see.
97.
Would love another.
83.
One goes drifting away into the sevens. Yeah,
86.
good ball management, good stuff from Naughton.
But Henderson looking to set something up that is just
140.
that
Jürgen, you
bit
require
more
136.
achievable.
Well, wild stray puts pay to the effort of Naughton drawing himself
82.
level.
John, you require
Henderson
80.
looking to stay straight. Climbing the ladder. Tops.
40. Jürgen, you require 54.
Well, Jürgen gets a chance then. Looking to show Hendo where tops is.
Game shot on the second
It's
leg.
there.
Jurgen Nelson. Third leg is John to throw first.
That's a good
Game
response from Naughton. Has found it really tough going, but it's good to see he's not waving the white flag just yet.
100.
And we need to get players here that perhaps we haven't seen it before. Naughton here, as mentioned on debut, you sometimes have to question
100.
how used to they are by playing day after day after day, because it does take its toll. Fatigue does set in, especially if you're not used to it.
96.
I know when I've had breaks, even for a few weeks away from the hockey, if I go back and play 2-3 days in a row, my arm starts to ache, my leg starts to ache.
60.
Just little things like that I don't know if everyone takes into consideration.
$93. 100.
Henderson just now seen chatting to himself after that first
123.
start, and he's talked his way into 2 treble 20s off the back of it.
Henderson relies so much on that rhythm,
41.
That
John, you require
slight rock.
89.
back and forward, but you know when he gets it right, then it's all so free
Game shot on the
flowing.
third leg, John Henderson. Fourth leg is Jurgen to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that finish there for John Henderson, highest that we've seen from him today. Did have a 146
43.
yesterday.
Well, the Highlander still harbours ambitions of regaining his tour card status in the future.
180.
And with visits like that, who's to stop him? Wasn't that long ago he was mixing it
140.
with the big boys at the top of the world rankings. He's one of those players that you didn't really
100.
want to run into in the floor tournaments.
No, absolutely. I remember the year when he won the World Cup. And
81.
I think for a lot of players and pundits, it was one of those moments of the year to see him proudly lift
60.
the World Cup for Scotland.
Had success on the seniors circuit as well, winning the seniors
41.
world
Johnny
championship in
require
2024.
161.
Now looking at 161. There's the one at least.
41.
We'll be back for Shanghai 20s.
$60. John, you require 120.
Wild first start. Yeah, John Henderson not happy. But adjusts well with dart 2.
112.
As for Naughton, we
Jurgen, you
haven't
require
yet seen a
136.
ton plus finish from him this week.
$96. John, you
We
require
didn't see
8.
one from him there. But he is just starting to show signs
John,
that he's
the fourth
knocking on the
leg,
door
John
of one.
Henderson.
Either way, Henderson is
Fifth
now
leg
in
is John to
full
throw first.
command and in full charge once more.
Game on.
Yeah, didn't just win the
100.
Seniors World Championship in 2024, also took the match play and the Masters in the very same year.
We're donning that the seniors triple
60.
crown.
Absolutely. Was denied in his World Championship Seniors title defence by one Derek Coulson. Whatever happened to him? Ah, he's the reigning champion
99.
here. Henderson moving up into the top 40 in the Challenge Tour rankings as well last weekend.
59.
which might not sound much into the top 40, but when you consider just how congested that Challenge Tour is and the
43.
quality that is on it these days, being in the top 40 is no mean feat. Is something that's not to be sniffed at.
Now, sometimes when you are a player that has come off the tour, lost their tour card, especially if you are
59.
one that has a desire to go back into the top 128 in the PDC, ultimately there's a little bit of rebuilding that you have to do, and not just in your gameplay, but also probably in that
59.
level of confidence. And a lot of players I've spoken to, they say that 128 is just so difficult. Not only playing the toughest players in the world, but it's week on, week out of travelling here, there and everywhere, and
57.
sometimes for little or no return. So to see John Henderson, as you say, back in the top 40 in the Challenge Tour, playing well once again here at the Live Lounge, got to take a lot of heart from it.
140.
Yeah, he looks to be in good nick of late. And a really good run in Challenge Tour 18. Wins over Danny Ayres, Chris Wickington. They're
13.
both playing
John, you require 60.
on the Pro Tour this week. Henderson is looking at tops for the match
Game
and
shot.
goes
And the match,
back
John Henderson.
top. From first to third, from third to first, the Highlander is back top of the table, and the fixtures are starting to run out for the chasing pack. It was one-way traffic. It was all John Henderson. It's Adam Hunt against Steve Beaton, two of the leading protagonists to topple Hendo. They're up after the break.
So 9 games down on this decision day, and we have just seen the last round of 3 with Jack Smith, a really tight win over Adam Hunt. Steve Beaton losing 4 legs to 2 against Danny Van Tripe, who's just found a little bit more form, and Henderson with a 4-1 victory, which sees him back at the top of the table. And there you see Henderson locked on points with Steve Beaton, but a far superior leg difference. Adam Hunt just behind on 16, and then that chasing pack of Danny Van Tripe, Jack Smith, and then Jurgen Naughton with 2 points at the foot of the table. Well, we now turn our attentions to that race for top spot as Steve Beaton takes on Adam Hunt. Just the one win between them, and again, it's just another one of those matches that you feel is poised for us to turn around and say, this one feels really important, because ultimately it does. A win for Steve Beaton. He then puts John Henderson back into second place, and
First leg is Adam.
you feel Adam Hunt's run for that top spot may be over. However, for Adam Hunt, if he can win, then he joins the other 2 on 18 points, and
41.
but he should then jump into first spot himself. So I think there's still a lot of movement to happen.
There is potential
45.
to be heading into the final round of fixtures of Group A for a 3-way go on 18 points at the top. If Adam gets the
45.
win here, John Henderson has to face Danny Van Tripe. The way Danny's been playing in the last few of his matches, that's no gimme for Henderson.
86.
The only sort of minor cause for concern is how damaging that defeat for Adam was against
134.
Jack Smith. A match Adam really, he should have won.
Well, including this game, every player
40.
left has 2 more fixtures to go. Adam is most definitely out of those 3 at the top on the back foot because of that said loss.
180.
But his scoring power has been there all day. It was the doubling woes, 3 from 15
Adam, you require 101.
in that defeat to Jack Smith. We're going to need to see a treble 20. But we've been
45.
made to wait to see how the Hunters' doubling is in this match.
$57. Adam, you require 56.
Tops.
16.
Steve Beaton was just
Steve,
in
you
the
require
background shaking his head
133.
there again. It's another slowish start for the Bronze Adonis.
93. Adam, you require 40.
Maybe just that slight hesitancy
on the
for
first
Hunt
leg,
in the last
Adam
few
Hunt.
visits at
Second leg is
double.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
Let's find 2 10s though to edge ahead. But we've seen
95.
the Bronze Adonis, who is very aggressive in the swipe of the fly. That's about as aggressive as you'll ever see from Steve Beaton. But his slow starts don't last for long. He is normally
100.
foot on the gas at this stage.
Yeah, agreed. That has been the way that most of
59.
the games have gone for Steve so far today, but both of them are having to bounce back from the disappointment of losing their previous matches. Both players will probably think that they should be in a slightly better
140.
position on the table than they actually are.
$85. $85.
Keeps him ahead, Hunt.
56.
Needs to set things up nicely, something that he's not in the process of doing.
78.
That's better. Just about gets down to a potential 2-dot out. Beaten
100. Adam, you require
on
98.
a 3, but This is where we could still have some questions. Maybe Hunt will provide answers on his doubling.
Game shot on the second leg.
Really
Adam
good.
Hunt. Third leg
Last
is
start
Adam
at double
to throw
there
first.
from Adam Hunt, because I
Game
felt
on.
that first one at the double may have been a little bit of a blocker.
Yeah, if there were a bit of jangling
95.
nerves for Hunt, those will soothe them somewhat.
42.
98's always a bit of an awkward one.
$137.
And once again, it's Adam Hunt who's made the better start of the
80.
pair. In terms of how their weeks have gone, they are one win apiece.
96.
And I think that's the case for quite a few of these matches and how they've panned out this week. There hasn't been a great deal to
45.
split the players.
$71.
Well, a nice treble 19 sandwiched between two lack starts into the 7.
85.
Nevertheless-
Adam Uruguay, 102.
Beaten off the pace yet again.
$38.
There are too many mistakes in this match from both, but beatens have been costing him.
121. Adam Uruguay, 64.
And even though the 1-2-1 gets beaten down to a finish, it was a slip with the last start. But it could all be academic because it's double 8 here. Double 4, Adam Hunt.
56. Steve Uruguay, 128.
Why the step across, I wonder? See that quite often. Despite still being in their original
68.
stance from
Adam
going
Uruguay,
to
8.
southwest to northeast, often incurs a little bit of a readjustment. Hunt's no stranger to the northeast. He lives there,
4.
but he can't find the target.
Steve Uruguay, 60.
And mistakes, more often than not, get punished. And he's
Game
been
shot on the
punished
third
there.
leg, Steve beaten. Fourth leg is Steve to throw first. Game on.
I guess similarly to Adam's match against Jack
100.
Smith, he's just allowed his opponent opportunities that maybe they shouldn't have had. And as you said, he was on that occasion punished, and he was against Jack
60.
Smith.
Yeah, he should be 3-0 up. No two ways about it.
140.
And now we see the response from Beaton.
You're almost just waiting for it, aren't you? Because you know
58.
exactly what he can do, and you know that it's there.
140.
Steve Beaton, from staring down a 3-0 deficit, has now turned things
41.
right
Steve
around
Uruguay,
and looking to make
121.
things level at 2-all.
Yeah, 2-0 down and nowhere.
97. $83. Stevie required 24.
And it is 2-12s to
Hey,
go
it's on the fourth
level,
leg, Steve
right
Beaton.
slap bang in the
Fifth
middle
leg
of
is
the
Adam
target
to
as
throw
well.
First. Game on.
Best leg of the match coming from Steve Beaton, 13 darts to level us up.
180.
Adam Hunt back to finding those big maximums.
61.
Second one of the match for him.
Yeah, but it's 2 from 11 on the outer ring that have been the cause for concern.
180.
Back-to-back maximums. You know what that means.
59. Adam, you require
Do
141.
indeed. Treble 19 for double 12.
129.
Just the width of a wire away. So close. Great sportsmanship from the both of them. Things you love to see. Steve Beaton playing up there with a smile on his face.
12.
God, that was close.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Adam Hunt.
My word,
6th leg is
11
Steve to
will
throw
do
first.
it.
Game on.
Millimetre.
34.
A little sideways glance to the camera there from Adam. But, yeah, I guess in the context of the match, then, yeah, 11 data, you would take that.
85.
But so close.
You're right, though, in the context of the match, because he was threatening to unravel again.
81. 140.
Tremendous response.
140.
Beaton isn't going anywhere this time.
Again, it's just that fight, that battling spirit Steve Beaton is able to provide.
44.
Well, looking favourite to go to a last
60.
leg decider unless Hunt can leave it really sweet. He has 6 from 2-3-2, so needs to pile in the trebles, but
65.
scrambles his way down to a finish. Beaton is going to be on one that is more simplistic.
140. Adam require 161.
Looking at starting at the bottom of the board, but no treble means no big finish.
58. Stevie require 46. $30.
But he gets
Adam, you require
another
109.
go, does Adam Hunt. Wouldn't have thought this chance would have been coming. It's one he can't take.
93. Stevie requires 16.
Has managed to set up. Steve Beaton needs to find double two, last dart in
James on the
hand.
6th leg. Steve
Saves the
Beaton.
match, forces
7th and
a
decider leg.
last
It's
leg
Adam to throw
decider.
first. Game on.
And just when Adam thought he was going to get yet another chance, Beaton finds the double with his third dart.
58.
It is when it's last dart in hand that it hurts the most.
It may have still been stinging
58.
as Hunt couldn't find a treble. Beaton has only matched him, however.
$81.
I imagine Adam will have to be showing quite a bit of focus to try and suppress the adrenaline he was probably
57.
feeling when staring down that double 12 after 8 perfect darts. How often have we said it? We've seen players that hit 9 darters in a match and then don't actually go on
58.
to win it. I know we didn't see it quite, but it was very close.
Yeah, tempering those adrenaline levels,
95.
controlling those emotions, regaining that focus to the task in hand.
$81.
Well, sloppy third ruins that visit. Beaton senses just a glimpse of an
97.
opportunity.
Yeah, there really is very little to separate them in terms of the scoreline. It's just the advantage of throwing first that Adam Hunt at the moment is relying on.
100. $95. Adam, you require 123.
May have been an option for Beaton to switch at that point.
$62. Stevie
Now
require
Hunt
99.
has to wait and rely. He's going treble 16 for the double.
Game shot.
And Beaton
And
wraps
the
up the
match,
win with a
Steve
99. Put a flake in it. Steve Beaton now goes top once again. Adam Hunt, his chances dashed of winning Group A, looking set for Group B. Now the Hunter, as the Bronze Adonis, has winning Group A on the brain. Well, what a day we are enjoying here at the Super Series. Steve Beaton before the break, getting a crucial win over Adam Hunt. And you have to feel as though Adam Hunt had the group, despite starting in third place today, the 7-1 outsider of the three protagonists in this Group A. Arguably has thrown it away, back-to-back 4-3 defeats when he was in command of both matches. These two are going to be in Group C. And that man in particular, Jack Smith, is going to have a big say in that group, you feel, given the way he's gone about his business here. For Jürgen Naughton, he has the darts here. Arguably, he will feel as though this is one of his, if not the best chance to get back to winning ways.
58.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a real struggle for Jürgen Naughton after picking up that initial win. But
85.
I do agree with what you're saying with regards to Jack Smith. I just think for Jack and for Danny Van Tribe, who will also be resigned to Group C, ultimately,
140.
I just think all that damage was really done on the Monday, and what both of them need to be aware of, or all three of them need to be aware of when they go into Group C,
140.
is you cannot afford a slow start in Group C. You will find yourself cut adrift really, really quickly. So I think it's quite important maybe to just try and finish off the Group A with a bit of a flourish.
57.
And then reset and refocus for tomorrow.
You know what I think is the prime example of that
45.
when it comes to Group C is your Aaron. The last time he was here. Marvellous on the Friday, but the damage was done on the Thursday because he got off to a little bit of a slow start where the damage was done.
45.
Yeah, 100%. And it wasn't necessarily just losing. It was losing by heavy scorelines because it was the leg difference that made all
133.
It had the final say.
And then he went to Chelsea and got to a final.
Eventually. He had a 24-hour semi-final.
61. Jack, you require 98.
Due to a power cut, I might add.
2 19s for an
Hey, it's on
early
the
break.
first
And
leg,
again,
Jack
how
Smith.
often do we see Jack
Second leg
Smith
is
with
Jack
those
to throw
little two-dot
first.
combinations take
Game
them
on.
out with a minimum of fuss? Really is quite eye-catching.
97.
He makes you take note, and it's a real good trait to have.
So I think he's got a really good style in terms of his throw as
60.
well. It's quite simple, straightforward. The one thing I've noticed, sometimes he gets faster and slower with regards to the
81.
pace, and I actually think he suits and lends himself to that faster pace when he gets the first dart right, just follows it through dart 2, dart 3.
28.
Again, the first time he was here in the previous series, he
55.
had former series champions in his Group A, the likes of Jeff Smith, the likes of Conan Whitehead. He had the international flavour that week, the likes of
100.
Awesome Dawson Michelle here as well, but he wasn't fazed by it. He did go into Group C, where he ran
98.
into the likes of Clyde Bevan. How well did he play last week, by the way? And Michael Huntley, who went on to win the week and was the real wild card in the Champions Week as well.
42. Jack, you require 170.
Can he reel in the big fish? That maybe is the area of his game where there is
44.
scope for improvement. Not threatening those big 3-dart checkouts maybe as often as he should.
45. Jack, you require 126.
He's got another chance for a 3-dart combo. But again, cannot
58.
find the big treble. It's chipping away at the score, but I agree. This is the moment where you just want a really big... If you're not taking out the finish, you just want something big, decisive that just sets it up. You don't want to allow your
70.
opponent to think
Jackie
they've got
requires
any
68.
chance of getting back in the leg.
52. Jürgen, you require
He's
156.
been afforded to coast because Naughton hasn't really been able to threaten the 3-dart out either. significantly at least. Often there have been
60.
times where he's got the
Jackie
first
requires
up, but the
16.
second hasn't gone with it. He didn't get any of them that time. And
Game
Smith
shot,
does
second
coast
leg,
into a
Jack
2-0
Smith.
advantage.
Third leg is Jurgen to throw first. Game on.
The other
57.
thing I would probably say with regards to Jack Smith is he kind of I remember him on his debut. He settled in really quickly and just looked so
100.
comfortable playing in this kind of environment.
$59. $60.
But again, we're sort of looking forward to see how he's going to reset and go again in Group C, where, like we often say, it's not going to get any easier.
57.
But a spot in a Saturday night finals night would mean the world to Jack Smith. And then who knows?
100.
You think how many players this has been the catalyst for them to actually experience it and think, actually, I want a little bit more of this. I'm enjoying this. They put in the work, they practice, they hone their skills, not just
100.
here, but away from here. Tom Sykes, for example. I mean, how many people really talked about Derek Coulson before he arrived here
100.
on his first occasion, and now right at the top of the Challenge Tour.
With his name on the trophy here as well, the reigning champion, no doubt, will
41.
be
Jack, you require
defending his
141.
title soon enough. Smith once again can't trouble a 3-dart out,
57.
but once again, Naughton isn't there to capitalise. The question is, for Jurgen, how does he
100.
reset,
require 84.
recharge, and go again?
60. Jurgen, you require
Can
87.
he trouble the 87 required here? Double 5. He can
Shot
trouble
the
it.
third leg,
He
Jurgen
takes it out.
Nelson. Fourth leg is
He's
Jack
back
to
in the
throw first.
match.
Game on.
Smith isn't allowed to coast anymore.
Yeah, that Jurgen's first start at
78.
the outer ring. 1 from 1. In
59.
fairness, on Monday, especially finishing from Naughton, that was pretty decent, around about the 38% mark. But
100.
the issue was that he was the player that got the least amount of darts at the double. It's maybe those scoring phases. He can start well at the scoring, but doesn't necessarily allow himself to set up in a way that gives
57.
him enough opportunity at the outer ring.
That's not really a major
60.
criticism either. If anything,
No.
it's an exciting thing because there's scope for improvement. There's things to develop. That it's exciting. You can get better and better. You can. It's still something to
81.
aim at.
Yeah, ultimately, if you're a player that
139.
can finish quite quickly, then you think when it comes to practice, those scoring phases, you're generally throwing at the same target time after time after time. As you say, you can really
125.
hone
Jack, you
into
require
that.
124. $58.
Well, how can Naughton leave things here? Not
47.
Great.
Jack, you require 66.
change of tact.
48. Jurgen, you require 132.
Can Jurgen provide us with some champagne? It stays on ice.
96.
And now
Jack, you
for
require
Jack Smith
18.
to go within one of the match. Opts to switch.
14.
Which begs the question,
Jurgen,
why
you
did he
require
leave double 18 in the
36.
first place?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Naughton
Jurgen
left it.
Naughton.
He knew it was going to
Fifth
go.
leg, it's Jurgen to throw first.
And from being in
Game
absolute
on.
cruise control, Jack Smith is now become embroiled in a tungsten tussle.
100.
And Naughton just keeping that 100% checkout success rate because he's 2 from 2 on the outer ring. Jack Smith, 2 from 9, missed 7,
100.
down at 22%. That's been a bit of a telling factor in these back couple of legs.
59. $140.
Oh, Smith comprehensively outscoring Naughton. Difference is,
16.
as Jurgen has to retrieve a dart off the canvas, that Smith is 2 from 9 on the outer ring. Jurgen Naughton 2 out of
60.
2.
$58.
3 consecutive visits from Naughton without a big treble, and it's just allowing Smith that little bit of
60.
extra time again.
$52. Jack, you require 141.
Again, pitches that first dart too low.
60.
Smith may well feel as though this 81 really does have to
140.
go
Jack, you
due
require
to the finishing
81.
prowess that Naughton has displayed.
49.
Well, there have been a couple
Jurgen, you
of
require 76.
brave decisions because I was looking for a single to ball shot off the back of that with Naughton on 76.
Yeah, completely proved me wrong, didn't he? Maybe he felt as though he has time. He was right,
37.
but he's playing
Jack,
with
you require
fire.
32.
Wasn't burnt that time.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Jack
And
Smith.
he's back in front.
Sixth leg is Jack to throw
Fortune
first.
favoured the brave on that occasion.
Game on.
And perhaps if you're playing an opponent that you know hasn't had say, a
100.
ton plus checkout and they're in the 150s, 160s, then maybe you too take that additional risk. But how many times have we seen it where someone has just opted
58.
out from not going for the bullseye and has been royally punished?
Well, ironically, the only ton plus checkout we've seen today was from Jack Smith.
81.
That 114 to take the match against Adam Hunt. Quite unexpectedly, if anything. But the point does remain that
96.
is where he has genuine scope for improvement. To add that extra level to his game, which
81.
maybe would take Jack Smith to that next level. You can definitely tell, definitely see that the
56.
talent is there.
$97.
Bit of indecision. Nevertheless, looking good to see this match out.
83.
Question
Jack,
is,
you require
can he see it
142.
out in style? He still may, but it won't be the 142.
92. $82. Jack, you require 50.
So which way is he going to go? More routine, more regulation, and the
And the
outcome
match,
is
Jack Smith.
inevitable as Jack Smith picks up yet another victory. It's still not beyond the realms of possibility that he sneaks into Group B, but probability suggests it is going to be Group C, where he will be a huge threat. Gets the better of Jurgen Naughton in comprehensive fashion. It's Van Tripe against Henderson. The big matches keep on coming after the break. Welcome back. Match 12 of 15 for today, the final day of Group A Decision Day. And that man is playing a huge part of it, as is his opponent, for different reasons. Danny Van Tripe, slow start to the week. He's going to be in Group C. But my word, he is playing some fine stuff here today. Steve Beaton is top. This is John Henderson's game in hand.
First leg is
His
Danny
leg difference
to throw
is
first.
significantly better for now, at least,
Game on.
than that of Steve Beaton's. And guess who Henderson faces in the final round of fixtures? Yeah, it's Steve Beaton. So we are now
100.
getting down to the nitty-gritty. It feels like Adam Hunt's charge has now come to an end, damaging back-to-back defeats by narrow
95.
margins, albeit they were in the Hunters' control. But this is a tricky match for the Highlander to navigate.
43.
As I mentioned earlier, Danny's form today has been impressive.
It really has. And for John Henderson, as you say, a win
100.
here sees him back at the top of the table. Well, not quite sure what the pause was about, but I think Danny may have found something slightly amusing, whether that fly had just
100.
made a reappearance. I'd say it might well be a fly, looking at that reaction from John.
Danny's still trying to catch it again. Those meerkat mannerisms, they're not going away. I mean, Danny got easily distracted there. His opponent is trying to throw.
96.
And now he's still going on. Henderson now, I think, can see the funny side. It's never dull when Danny Van
95.
Tripe is in the building.
Yeah. Quite. Danny kind of edged his way back over to just make sure that the...
50.
he's still dubbing it Freddy? I mean, we've had a lot of Freddy flies.
Yeah. Where is Freddie Cam when you need it?
131. John, you require 160.
Nevertheless, Henderson, amidst distractions,
$115. Danny, you require 32.
and trying for an early hold. Could be a bit of a blocker, contemplating which way to peer round.
Game shot on the first
And he's
leg.
done so
Danny Van Tripe.
brilliantly.
Second leg is John to throw first. Game on.
Henderson now full of focus.
140.
As you say, despite the distraction, it was a really solid opening leg from both players.
140. $95.
Well, whatever Danny was doing seemed to have rectified the situation in regards to the fly on stage. There seems to be no more
41.
distractions, albeit he was a bit like a border collie that saw a tennis ball.
$46. $100.
Absolutely nothing to split them points-wise at this stage. We did say it at the top of the
83.
show, for John Henderson in a group like this just has to be careful.
100. John, you require 137.
Well, once again, 137 isn't taken out.
81. Danny, you require
But
120.
he's made a severe indentation into his score. Lovely marker for the treble, but does not utilise it
60.
whatsoever.
Johnny Require 56.
Tops to level things up. Will have to be tens. And
46. Danny requires 60.
goes inside, so a chance for Danny,
No
but he's
score.
just landed it straight in the treble 20. Maybe just a little
you
bit
require
rushed to the
10.
Oki.
Yeah, maybe just needs to calm things down just a little bit.
Game shot on the second
Henderson
leg. John
maintains
Henderson.
his composure and coolness
Third
under
leg is
pressure.
Danny to throw first. Game
He
on.
is level.
$100.
Important moments coming up here for John Henderson.
140. $100.
Face of steely grit and determination there from
100.
Henderson. Knows this is a real crucial stage. Yes, the attitude was a relaxed one
41.
right at the top of this morning. But as he sees the finish line, wants to run
81.
towards it.
Yeah, if Henderson can
35.
get a win here, then it does all come down to that penultimate match in terms of a winner-takes-all scenario.
140.
Well, it was very well done indeed by Henderson.
57.
Van
Johnny
Tripe's
require
whirling
40.
dervish of a start has come off the
Game shot on
rails.
third leg,
Henderson
John
breaks
Henderson.
and is in
Fourth leg
firm
is John to throw
command.
first.
Bizarrely, it felt to me like Danny Van Tripe seemed to play a little bit better when there was that distraction
Game on.
up on the stage.
Well, we did say before a dart was thrown here this
100.
morning, you never really know what you're going to get from Danny Van Tripe.
$100.
Very much like the discussion we were having with regards to Jack Smith, who
96.
will play Danny Van Tripe in the very last match of this session. For him now, it's going to be all
60.
about the reset, about how he comes back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, obviously the Group C session, that all kicks off from 1 p.m. on Pluto TV before Group
81.
B commences at 10:30 p.m.
60. $100.
Just consistent one treble visits from John Henderson proving to be enough at this stage against Danny Van Tripe.
100. Johnny require
Yeah, after
124.
a relatively shaky start by Henderson, he's just stepped it up a level.
92.
Going through the gears, looking to
60.
move
Johnny require
one
32.
away. Chasing doubles around the board, and he
24.
hasn't found one either.
Danny require
Looks like he may
121.
have pierced his non-throwing hand there, Henderson. He was giving it some attention before as Van Tripe now eyes the ball.
96. Johnny require 8.
And it was very close indeed. Henderson back.
So that's very close, but it's not
No
close
score.
enough. And you heard that
Danny require
deflection just
25.
went the wrong side of the dart.
Same target now for Van Tripe. He
21.
can't find it either. An
John, you
opportunistic
require
moment
8.
he could not take advantage of. Henderson still. Change of target might do him the world of good.
6.
But still, he cannot put this leg to bed.
Danny, you require 4. Game shot on
And
the fourth
eventually
leg,
it is
Danny
Danny
Van
Van Tripe who finds
Fifth
the
leg
double
is
and
Danny
levels us
to throw
up at
first.
2-all. But
Game on.
you can see the reaction from John Henderson. That was not pretty towards the end of leg 4.
60.
Well, we saw these moments earlier from Adam Hunt and just how damaging they were for him. Henderson
80.
really should be running away with this match, and yet he's now level.
100.
There's one more round of 3 to come after the commencement of this match, and you've got Naughton who's taking on
45.
Adam Hunt. Adam Hunt needing that win to 100% solidify himself with a spot in Group B. And then you've got Henderson back against Steve Beaton in what
100.
sounds like the battle of the legends, let's be honest. And then finally Jack Smith takes on Danny Van Tripe.
100.
Well, if Henderson can't get the win here, this is
100.
where his leg difference would come to his aid, because it would still be winner take all in that match over against Steve Beaton.
27. Danny, you require 141.
Henderson has come right off the boil.
109.
Yeah, perhaps just feeling the frustration of those missed doubles in the previous leg. He's had 11 missed at the outer ring in this match.
140. Danny, you require 32. Game shot on the fifth leg.
Tripe
Danny Van Tripe.
hits the
Sixth
front.
leg is John to throw first. Game on.
Certainly does whet the appetite going into Group C.
140.
You've got the likes of Smith and Van Tripe in the mix.
60.
That Group C is going to take some winning.
$140.
Good response by Henderson.
45.
And Van Tripe looks like he's already surrendered to the thought that this match is going the distance.
We saw this a little bit from Henderson earlier on. I know
26.
this hasn't quite taken the same pattern, but Henderson in a previous match, he was very, very good on the throw,
60.
but just found it that little bit difficult to find a break. He did find one, but has been broken back here subsequently.
Van Tripe, though,
44.
just looking like he's ready for the final leg of the match. Previous two visits were
95. John, you
borderline
require
petulant.
151.
And to me, sometimes that I understand it when you are on the back
119.
foot, but it doesn't always make sense, especially when you've seen your opponent miss quite a few darts at double throughout the match. You'd want to persevere. You want to
28.
give yourself a chance
John, you
if they
require
do miss.
32.
double nine. Just wonder. Now he's going to go straight for it, and
Games
he's
on the
in
sixth
it as
leg,
well.
John
So
Henderson. Seventh and deciding leg, it's Danny to throw first.
wasn't the traditional route. Nevertheless, we do go the distance with which Danny Van Tripe suspected that we were going to do anyway.
60. $119. $95.
Can he get all three?
140.
Henderson asking questions of Van Tripe.
48.
His form hasn't really improved from the previous leg. This has been a topsy-turvy match. It's been a topsy-turvy day.
123.
But that is top scoring from John Henderson. Neither of these players have actually found themselves in a last leg decider so far today.
Don't require
And
119.
at the moment, it is very much advantage John Henderson.
Well,
49.
can Danny
Danny,
Van
you
Tripe
require
provide
158.
a moment of magic? Not a chance. Not this time, anyway.
118. John, you require 70.
The setup, though, was exquisite. Henderson. Big dart incoming. Match dart incoming.
Game shot.
Oh, he's up
And
to the
match.
task.
John Henderson.
And that may well have sent John Henderson straight through to Saturday night finals night. He will only need to count a couple of legs to get there now due to his vastly superior leg difference against Steve Beaton. They are locked together. It's going to be winner takes all against the bronze Adonis as we head into our final round of fixtures. Henderson gets the win over Danny Van Tripe. into the final round of fixtures we go then in Group A. John Henderson currently top, but only on leg difference they go, along with Steve Beaton, to a winner-takes-all encounter in a couple of matches' time, due to Steve Beaton getting a narrow win over Adam Hunt, who looks set for Group B. Smith, Van Tripe and Naughton in Group C in the second half of the week. But it will be winner-take-all between John Henderson and Steve Beaton in the penultimate match of the day. And how fitting it will be. Two legends of the game. Two great friends off the hockey. Before then, however, Jürgen Naughton taking on Adam Hunt, who really had a fantastic chance to win Group A as well. Losing two matches today, both by a 4-3 scoreline, but on both occasions he was in control, he was in command, he was looking good.
Game on.
It wasn't to be. He will go again in Group B. This is Jürgen Naughton's last
81.
chance to get his second win of Group A before he resets. And how should he go about that? This is his debut appearance here at the Super Series. It's all pretty new to him, Laura. So how should he approach that reset?
Yeah, I think take advantage of the fact that it is an ever such a slightly later start time. It's a 1 p.m. start time from tomorrow. I think that's a big difference, especially if you are a player that's coming from the ADC,
59.
because a majority of them will be playing in the evening. So playing in the morning may be a bit alien. So hopefully take a bit of confidence from that. Take a lot of confidence from the moments that you have performed well from here, and the fact that you're going onto that stage tomorrow, you're still warm, whereas you're going to run into the likes of a James, a Josh Richardson, or a Matt Dennett that may just be that little bit cold, and just try and catch them, especially in those early matches. I think that's the way that I'd be trying to think, because you've got to try and go in there and be positive. It's a start. It's a restart. Everyone's on 0 points, and a chance for you maybe just make a name for yourself here at the Super Series.
100. Jürgen, you require
Absolutely.
140.
Can make a name for himself taking out this 140, but it's all about the setup from here, and it's a good point, really. How often will you start playing at 9:30 in the morning unless you're playing in these sort of big field WDF Opens? Hunt could have a tumplus out here.
84.
Again, it's
Jürgen,
just grazing that wire, the wrong side thereof. Naughton can't
48.
punish, and
Adam,
we've said that
18.
way too often for Jürgen's liking.
Game shot on the first
The fact
leg.
remains,
Adam Hunt.
And it's the
Second
Hunter
leg is Adam to throw
that
first.
takes
Game
the
on.
opening leg against the darts. It will be a new experience for Jürgen. He's not the first
140.
debutant to struggle. He won't be the last. And it is sort of unique. The start times, the format.
58.
Say, unless you're playing in a Dutch Open or whatever, how often are you going to start this early and then transcend into an afternoon or an evening?
Yeah, there aren't many occasions,
45.
are there? And you couple that with the fact that you've got the professional setup here, you've got the cameras, you've got the lights, the staging, then I think the whole experience, the experience as a whole, and you're right, I've spoken to
45.
debutants here that say, yeah, just so excited to finally get here. Obviously, it's a goal and an ambition for a lot of people and players that it can take a day or two just to settle in, get the
45.
nerves just under control.
It's always interesting to see how they fare if and when they come back, like we're seeing with Jack Smith here this week.
85.
And although Jack Smith will be heading off to
85.
Group C, I mean, you look at his points tally, he's won 50% of his games. And you look at the names in this group and you think, well, I'm going to win half of the matches that I play, then it's not the worst return in the world.
No, more often than not, it's good enough to get you into a Saturday night if you're in Group B, for example.
137. Adam, you require 51.
Double 8.
35. Jürgen, you require 76.
Now there is genuine chance for Jürgen. The plan has changed.
64.
The objective was the
Adam, you
same, and the
require
outcome
16.
not the one that he desired.
He's trying to work his way in. And that second one so close that
No
he's had to
score.
move over. That's
Jürgen, you
unlucky
require
for the
12.
hunter.
Not for the first time today either,
On the second leg, Jürgen Nauta.
where they were all well thrown
Third
at
leg
the
is Jürgen to
double,
throw first. Game on.
and he's been punished.
$53.
There's been no issues whatsoever with
140.
Hunt's scoring power. But in terms of him going on to
140.
potentially winning Group A, that the doubles have been the downfall.
Getting to the timing, isn't it? The timing of the misses,
140.
where he's allowed his opponent just that opportunity to get back into a match, especially in legs where he completely dominated.
85.
Yeah,
76.
spot on with his board management. It's a key strength of Adams.
140. Adam, you require 145.
Was looking for a treble 20, but it's a big pull into the
106.
single one, but just
Jürgen,
well
you
with the
require
last.
83.
Naughton is there this time to capitalise. Won't happen for him on
51.
this
Adam,
occasion.
you require 39.
Double 16.
Eight
this
on third
time-
leg, Adam Hunt.
There's no
Fourth
doubling
leg is Adam to throw
misdemeanors.
first. Game on.
3 consecutive breaks of throw in this match.
85. $58. $100.
Yeah, steady stuff from Adam Hunt.
59. $100. $43.
Oh, Naughton, he's just gone off the boil again. There were signs of positivity for him, that he was really
64.
playing his part in this match. Hunter's just about rescued his visit and, in turn, leaves a finish.
57. Adam, you require
He just hasn't been able to
152.
find a big treble, has he, in this leg? Just giving Hunt just plenty of room to breathe, plenty of room to manoeuvre and try and go within
56.
a leg of his last match of Group A.
$100. Adam, you require 96.
Can he finish it here and go one away?
72.
Well, something very reminiscent of what Jürgen Naughton did a leg or two ago.
54. Adam, you require 24. Game shot on the fourth leg. Adam Hunt.
Had to make a big
Fifth leg is
adjustment with
Jürgen to
dart
throw
two, but
first.
finds it.
Game on.
For Adam Hunt, he is on course for signing off the group with the win.
Yeah,
100.
looking comfortable again now, isn't he? Group
100.
B, he will be joined by Paul Hogan, Colin Osborne, and Ted Everts.
100.
And of course, the loser of our next match, the winner take all, John Henderson, Steve Beaton.
180.
Second maximum of the match, and that 180 hitting continues for Adam Hunt.
100. 60. 68. Adam, you require
Well, just
161.
about keeps himself in check there, Naughton. And he will get a poke at the 133 to keep this
Jürgen, you
match
require
alive.
133.
Can he find something here just to give him that extra confidence boost?
Yeah, just struggling to make that big adjustment from the
81.
top of the board
Adam, you
to the bottom
require
of the board. And
104.
Adam Hunt may get a match start from this position.
Tops the target.
84. Jürgen, you require 52.
Well, 52, much more attainable here now for Naughton.
No score.
But for the second time
Adam, you
today,
require 20.
different player, but bust the score.
Double Dutch. And
shot.
Hunt
And
does
the match,
duly
Adam Hunt.
punish and set sail for Group B by rounding off his Group A campaign with a win over the out of favour luckless Jürgen Naughton, who now has to go away and regroup and kick on into the second half of the week. After the break, it is winner take all. It's John Henderson against Steve Beaton. Game 44 of 45 in Group A, and it's come down to a winner takes all between John Henderson and Steve Beaton. The winner of this match will progress straight through to finals night on Saturday. The loser will have to go into Group B, where they will be joined by Adam Hunt, Ted Everts, Colin Osborne, and Paul Hogan. Leg difference out of the equation, as both of
First
these
leg
are
is John to throw
locked
first.
on 20 points
Game on.
apiece. It could come down to something as insignificant of having the darts in the opening leg, which was the benefit that John Henderson can enjoy here.
100.
Yeah, it really could. I'd say both these players,
59.
I know what John Henderson was saying before, but I'm sure both these players, they really want to be top in Group A. They want to be secure in the knowledge that they will be playing on
40.
Saturday evening. But you did mention that Steve was possibly just a little bit more kind of verbal about how much he would really like
78.
to have those couple of days off, whereas John was a bit more, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But when you're in this position, I think all things change.
60.
Yeah, certainly the impression I got when speaking to the pair this morning.
41.
It has been a somewhat cagey opening from the pair. Both have been a little bit guilty of starting their matches slowly
41.
already today. And we're seeing signs from both.
134.
I do wonder as well for Steve Beaton, he probably doesn't have the fondest memories of Group B, because I know on at least 2 occasions where he's managed to secure 8 points
77.
and that hasn't been enough to actually qualify through. He's done it at the international pairs with A.D. Lewis, and I
95.
don't know if it was his last outing, but finished on that 8 points, but it was only enough for 4th place because of leg difference. So maybe securing a spot in Group A, that kind of just eliminates
123.
any
Steve
kind of doubt about
94.
Group B.
63.
Well, he now has to
You
rely
require 60.
on Henderson missing this single for double combination.
Aim shot on the
He's
first
not
leg.
gonna miss
John
either.
Henderson. Second leg is Steve to throw first.
Beaton
Game
had
on.
the one dart to break. Henderson held firm.
47.
Not the ideal start for Steve Beaton. John Henderson in a position to punish, and that is an inviting first start for John Henderson, who likes the big maximum this week.
140. $59. $43.
And there is an opening there for Beaton. This back on the Bronze Adonis throw, of course, but
99.
it's a little bit too pedestrian in the early stages from Steve.
100.
And John Henderson's just wrestled away that advantage of throw that Steve Beaton had. And again, there's
31.
no big trebles coming from Beaton.
Well,
140.
Henderson now going from strength to strength.
$123. John, you require
It's a great
78.
last start from Steve Beaton, who was clearly disappointed at finding treble 3. But he may not get a shot. Well, he will get a shot,
38.
because
Steve,
that
you require
is
142.
a real mistake from Henderson.
Very unexpected. Double 11. Oh,
131. John, you require
how
40.
close can you get? Hendo with
Game
2
shot on the
10s.
second leg.
And he
John
does
Henderson.
double his
Third
advantage.
leg is John to throw
It's a
first.
break of throw as well.
Game on.
Steve Beaton almost rescued the situation. But he now has it all to do.
95. $180.
First maximum of the match, and it's going the way of Steve Beaton.
Yeah, he's got going now, hasn't he? But he's just afforded Henderson a real soft 2-0 lead.
135.
Well, 5 perfect darts from
97.
Steve Beaton.
$85.
Well, still they stray. Working out the best way to a finish, but
33.
Henderson's made
Steve,
a bit of a
require
mess and now
101.
Beaton. Free reign at room 101.
51.
Yeah, got time, but wasn't able to set up, and that time is soon running out.
124. Steve, you require 50.
2 16s.
Game shot on the third leg. Steve Beaton. Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
An immediate break back, gentlemen. I don't think either of them quite realised.
Game on. $58.
But I think that's just a show of like how much they get on, the respect for each other. You can get so embroiled and so wrapped up in a match that, yeah, you do lose track of exactly where you are.
83.
I mean, these two have got a rivalry when it comes to their time in the PDC that goes all the way back to 2011 in the Players' Championships. If you
58.
look at their head-to-heads, it's actually 10-1 in favour of Steve Beaton. I mean, this week it's 1-1, so it doesn't carry every stat, but it carries the stats that they've played at the PDC, the Players' Champs, the Euro Tours, all over the years.
Well, both
60.
with careers spanning decades in this game.
44.
And it has all come down to this match to decipher who wins Group A here this week.
36.
Well, Beaton has handed back the initiative to Henderson.
100.
Still without a business trouble in this leg, Beaton.
$47.
He's
John, you
still
require
scrambling
149.
around in search for one. Henderson now looking at treble 19. A look of perplexion.
109.
However, finding that treble 14 means
100.
he now returns. Seeking tops
John, you require 40.
for a 3-1 lead to see him move a leg away from winning Group A.
Game shot on the fourth leg. John
Squeezes that
Henderson.
third dart in right in the corner,
Fifth leg
and
is
not
John
for
to
the
throw
first time
first.
in this match as John Henderson
on.
found that double last dart of asking.
And I don't think he knew again that that was a break of throw.
I'm not sure he did. He was going to that back of the stage again.
96.
To be honest, if you're not sure, it's best not to overcommit.
43.
Well, he's a leg away, Henderson, and 4-7 favourite at the start of the day to win the group.
100.
But let's not forget, just an hour or two ago, he did drop down into third.
43.
And yet, it is almost all's well that ends well for the Highlander.
45.
You get the sense that he knows that finishing line is ever so close now. Edging his way
30.
forward, but there is just nothing coming back from Steve Beaton. Had that brilliant 14 dart leg in leg 3 to find a break, but before and after, it's just been a little bit of a
45.
struggle.
$81.
Considering the experience of these two and the quality they undoubtedly possess,
93.
it's been quite a nervy match and been very, very cagey. Both have not put in really anywhere
39.
close to their
John, you require
respective A games.
122.
But it's Henderson's B game. Looks as though it's going to get him over the line here.
Yeah, and as much as they have experience now here at the Super Series, this is still a
82.
different format to what you'd play on a very regular basis. So the fact that you've done all this hard graft for the last 3 days and it ends up coming down to
105.
just one
John, you
match,
require 40.
that's how it'll feel in this moment. I know there's been opportunities before.
That top wire of tops
Game
just
shot.
took some
And the
punishment.
match,
And
John
yet John Henderson finds it with his second, and he has won Group A. It wasn't simple, considering he ran through the card on Monday. Nevertheless, John Henderson does enough, and in beating Steve Beaton, he is through to Saturday night finals night. It was a little bit scrappy, it was a little bit cagey. Nevertheless, Henderson sits pretty at the top of Group A. Our final match then of Group A is between two men who we're going to see more of this week, but in Group C, Jack Smith and Danny Van Tripe, both with plenty of positives to take from today. And both looking for some early bragging rights as they renew their fledgling rivalry over the course of Thursday and Friday afternoon.
First leg is Jack to throw first.
Jack will have the dart in this one
Game
as
on.
well. And both, Laura, really do have something to build on.
Yeah, I think we've mentioned it already today, but a lot of the
100.
damage for their Group A campaign was very much done on Monday. They only picked up a couple of wins and were always on the back foot because of the dominance of the top three in this
43.
group. But we have definitely seen them play better and better as the last couple of days have progressed.
100.
They can either build on that again going into tomorrow or maintain it and catch a few of those players that are perhaps coming in slightly cold.
55.
Then, yeah, I think they could most definitely be contesting for places in the finals. But Group C, as we've already said, notoriously difficult.
180.
Steady. Almost had Danny Van Trippe. Mark 2.
120.
Oh, how about that?
Jack, you require 121.
Quite a befuddling passage of play from Danny Van Tripe. Eyebrow raising, not least by Jack Smith.
$96.
Has such a lead, decided to attempt the ball, but maybe that wasn't to be. But we'll be back for 25 to take this opening
100.
leg.
Jack, you require 25. Game shot on the first
Take it,
leg.
he
Jack
does.
Smith. Second leg is Danny to throw first. Game on.
14 dart leg to kickstart this match by Jack Smith. Looking to bookend this
140.
session with victories.
Yeah, something I often ask as well is when you are then playing without all
121.
that pressure, you're in the safe in the knowledge you know that no matter what you do at this point, it's not really going to make a great deal of difference in terms of
96.
how the rest of your week's going to pan out. Do you play with that little bit more of freedom? Is there a relaxed version of you which is conducive to just one of your better
100.
performances? I mean, it's looking that way for Jack Smith at the moment.
$26.
Been a fantastic rhythm to the entirety of this Group A, and for these two as well,
40.
that'll probably continue into Group C as well. Both the Richardsons and Matthew Denon, you would
99.
hardly call slow by any stretch.
No, not at all.
100. Danny, you require 140.
Well, Van Tripe with the first effort at 140. Double 10.
120.
Almost didn't give Smith a look
Jack, you
in.
require 140.
He does have the chance. Another. And this time double 10 for
120.
Jack Smith, another
Danny,
great
you
effort,
require
but the
20.
same ending.
Game shot on the
Went
second
even
leg.
closer
Danny
with Van
Tripe.
Tripe.
Third leg is Jack
Tidies
to throw
up
first.
on double
Game on.
10.
25.
Too often compliment how impressive it is that Jack Smith, the way his darts land, when they do drop low, he's still able to kind of get round them and find that treble 20. But that last dart there is
140.
often the danger as well. When your darts stand up and they're low, you can clatter into them.
63.
Forced to switch on that occasion. Find a nice covering treble 19.
43. 60.
Smith not really finding much sort of any substance in
83.
the third here. Van Tripe Just threatening to just run away with it.
60.
Yeah, raise the eyebrows, look to the sky, because Van Tripe is starting to find that treble 20 with first up more and more regularly.
137.
Backs it up with a nice treble 19 to leave himself on 98 after just a dozen darts.
95. Danny, you require 98.
Gets the treble 18. Once again, just slightly over enthusiastic.
86.
And then ends up snatching his effort at double 12.
$100. Danny, you require 12.
Smith joins him on a finish, but Van Tripe trying to hone in now on double 3.
Aim shot on the third
And
leg.
it's a break
Danny
throw
Van
for
Tripe.
Danny Van Tripe.
Fourth leg is Danny to throw
Again.
first.
It's with that
Game
third
on.
dart as well, just when Smith was just geeing himself up. Van Tripe slammed the door shut on any hopes.
55. $100. $100.
Well, trading tons.
60.
Frustration growing for Smith.
41.
Yeah, not for the first time. Smith finding himself a
97.
little bit on the back foot. But I guess the frustration will come because it was a really emphatic start for Smith to the match, who just looked really comfortable.
43.
Van Tripe has won both encounters against Smith so far this week. I just think Jack maybe just getting
85.
caught up in that extra pace added by Danny. There's definite signs of Jack
134.
speeding up.
$127. Danny, you require
Brilliant setup.
128.
Needed the treble for the ball, so Smith
56. Jack, you require 32.
straight to the oche again. No
Aims on the
hesitation,
fourth leg,
no
Jack
issue.
Smith.
I do agree,
Fifth
though,
leg is Jack to throw
something
first.
that I've noticed that
Game on.
he may be one of those players that, again, you always look at elements that perhaps where you can get the extra 1 or 2%, and it is very easily
58.
done that you get wrapped into how fast or slow your opponent plays.
Yeah, Van Tripe
140.
always brings a bit of chaos. And it is very easy for particularly a
93.
player with not vast quantities of stage experience in front of the cameras under the lights to get wrapped up in that chaos,
100.
that pace.
$60.
Van Tripe once again. Well, that's a good pause there.
136.
And you see why. He has left to finish.
Danny's last score was 91. 100.
Yeah, just a quick score correction. Danny went purposely for the 16 just to ensure that he was definitely on a finish when he returned. But well, he's got 2 trebles
90.
at the top of the board, but not the ones he wanted.
$26. Danny, you require 80.
So Van Tripe then once again asking genuine questions on the Smith throw. Elected for top straight away. He's going to get one dart.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Danny Van Try.
And the one dart he does find tops
6th
is the
leg
one
is
that
Danny to throw
matters
first.
most.
Game on.
Swirls himself around now, looking to throw for this match.
82.
Could well have still been a bit dizzy with that second dart.
100.
It's all very emotional, clearly. It's all right, Danny, you're winning. Just so easy to be overcome by these things.
Yeah, whether he's just caught his eye or I don't know if is he a player that wears contact lenses? Perhaps that's something that can be a bit of an irritant.
Still knows full well where the treble is.
87. $60.
Never a dull day
96.
when Danny Van Tripe is in the building.
I think it's still irritating him ever so slightly.
97.
But he is still in a really strong position, even stronger after that first dart and the second, looking to fill it up.
140.
Showing no signs of struggle.
100. Danny, you require 96. $72. Jack, you require
It's the
144.
third time today that has happened. Sneaking into the double. Another treble. Required for Smith, but it
140.
arrives
Danny, you
not too
require
late.
24.
Again, something we've seen plenty of here. As
Headshot.
Danny Van Tripe
And the
wraps
match,
up
Danny
Group
Van
A
Tripe.
by defeating Jack Smith by 4 legs to 2. That's 3-0 on the head-to-head there. An early sighter ahead of these two heading into Group C in the second half of the week. It had real good stuff by both, as Danny Van Tripe has forgot to take his darts with him. Nevertheless, we'll hear from the Group A winner after this break. Group A done and dusted then. It all came down to John Henderson against Steve Beaton to decipher who goes and books their spot into finals night on Saturday. Henderson won it 4-1. That means that John is through at the earliest possible opportunity. His name in gold takes it by 2 points to that of Steve Beaton and indeed Adam Hunt, who both drop into Group B. It was a topsy-turvy day. That table doesn't really tell the tale. At one point today, John Henderson, who started top, dropped down into third. It doesn't matter in the end. Hendo wins Group A. He's through to Saturday. But before he gets to Saturday, he's alongside myself and Laura in the studio. John, congratulations. You've been top pretty much throughout. It should have been simple. It looks simple given that nature of the league table, but as I alluded to, it was a bit topsy-turvy today.
Well, coming into today, I thought, right, I just need to play steady. Just maybe win 3 games and then I've got a chance. And I made it hard for myself. I lost the first game and then I lost the... it was hard. But no... It's good to get there in the end. It was, as I say, I know them very well, Steve and Adam and Danny. I don't know Jack and Jurgen, but I knew I had to play decent stuff. I don't feel as though I did at the start, but I got the job done in the end, so it was pleasing.
Speaking to you this morning, you seem pretty relaxed as to whatever the outcome really, but I sort of get the impression from what you're saying there that there was a moment that mood may have shifted and you actually did, in fact, wanted to go on and win that group.
Well, in the background, obviously, it's something I never do is look at the league tables and they're talking. They're going, oh, Jack, if you beat him, or if I beat him, that's something I've never done. So I'm just playing my own game, and what will be. I just concentrate on my game. If I win all my games, I qualify, and that's the way I've looked at it. So luckily enough for me, yes, maybe I needed results to go elsewhere. I don't know. As I say, I don't look at it, but I got the job done in the end. So I'm glad to get through that. You
did. You took care of business, Laura. Funny old day. There was a time and a point at various stages where we thought, well, hang on, this is Steve Beaton's for the taking. Even Adam had a genuine chance of winning the group.
Yeah, they all did at one point, and I think it kind of started with John losing those first couple, which just opened up a little bit more of an opportunity for Steve and Adam. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to capitalise on it. They then dropped a couple of games midway through the session, which then left it all open once again. So made for really interesting reading, probably less so for John. I mean, is there a point when you know you're top of the table and then you lose those first couple? Is there a point where panic does start to set in at all?
Well, I knew coming into the last day I was sitting top, and I knew maybe 3 games would be enough, but I don't know. It's something I don't normally do is look into it. I just concentrate on the game that's in front of me. If I win it, yes. If I don't, I don't. But I think going to the end, I think the only time I knew that I had to win was the last game against Steve.
Right.
I knew if I won that, I was in, and I don't know how I got through that, but me and Steve were so close. It was a hard game to play in, but no, I was so glad to get by it.
That game against Steve, though, it's so weird and fitting how the fixtures pan out at the start of the week, and it all came down to the penultimate match of the entirety of the group. Given that, as we already know, you two good friends off the hockey, the pair of you, all the experience in the world, and yet that match was nervy. It was pretty cagey. It was. I mentioned in commentary that neither showed your A game, but it was your B game, if you like, that got it done.
I struggled at the start of the day. I thought I was so nervous. My game against Jack Smith at the start, I was so nervous. I think it's because I knew if I just play my own game, it's on my hands. I just play well, and I lost that game, and the pressure's on. So going into that last game against Steve, he'd probably think the same. We're so, as you say, we're so close friends. It was always going to be a nervy game, and I'm lucky to come through it.
there was no real let-up throughout the day as a whole either, because you had the likes of Adam Hunt in there, who was playing really well at the start, had that little wobble which put pay to his chances of winning the group. Danny, you just don't know what you're going to get leg on leg, I suppose. You just don't know. So there was no real place in the day for you to sort of relax. It was always on edge.
It was a hard game. Even, I feel for Jurgen. I watched Jurgen practice down there, and what a player. Honestly, he's hitting 180s, 140s. So unfortunately for him, it didn't happen on the stage. And we all know what Danny can do. He's just Danny. You know what I mean? But it was always going to be a hard day. But I feel for these two guys. Jack Smith's another one, another player that I don't know much of it, but he's done himself proud this week, and I hope they go on and do well for the rest of the week.
Absolutely. They have played with immense credit, not least Jack Smith. Be interesting to see, Laura, how he goes again in Group C. But let's focus in on Steve Beaton, who lost that winner-take-all match against John. He drops down into Group B. Is there a little battle scars? You alluded to it in comms that he may not like Group B all that well.
I just remember that there's been a couple of occasions where Steve has hit 8 points, which normally is enough to get yourself through Group B. And on both occasions, one was the international pairs, one was quite recently where 8 points made and where he finished fourth. So, I mean, I don't want to bring it up, but obviously we already have. But ultimately, the way Steve's been playing, I mean, if he can remain that consistent, it was just a couple of key moments today. And I think playing against John, you could see that was just a difficult match for him. And then there was one prior to that in the afternoon where he had the opportunity to put a little bit of distance in terms of points between him and the rest of the field, and it didn't go his way. That's the nature of Group A. It's a difficult group to get through.
It is, but with Steve, do you think he has to step it up a little bit, or maybe just, as we've already mentioned with a couple, sustain those levels that he's already displayed here?
Yeah, we've seen some really good stuff. I just think maybe, there's just a couple of moments where you could maybe set up a little bit more efficiently or finish a little bit quicker and just not let your opponent back in. But that's what dart players are trying to do all the time anyway. Ultimately, we know how good Steve can be. He's been really consistent so far. If he's got another % or two that he can put on it, then he's going to be, hopefully here on Saturday.
John, we've touched on Danny Van Tripe a little bit, but just going a little bit further, he's a very chaotic character, it would seem. He was having battles with himself, his darts, the dartboard, the fly as well was an interesting foe in the match against yourself. Were you sort of aware of what he was doing?
Well, there was a fly rolling about, and I know Donny's going through his own personal issues, but when we went up there was this fly going about, and it was on me, because I had issues the last time I was here with, I'm not going to go into it, but that fly, we had a bit of a laugh. I think it seemed to settle me down though.
Yeah.
Because I knew the situation of the table, that I needed to beat Danny, and I think that the fly coming kind of just settled me down, and we had a wee bit of a laugh about it, so it kind of just relaxed me, and it took the pressure off a wee bit. So thank you, Fly.
Yeah, but listen, Danny Van Tripe is going to be a serious threat in Group C over the course of Thursday and Friday afternoon, as will Jack Smith, you would say, again playing with immense credit. We're going to be meeting the Richardsons, James and Josh, the father and son duo. They will be joined by Matthew Dennett, the ever dangerous Matthew Dennett. And of course, Jürgen Naughton looking to reset going into the second half of the week. In Group B, as we know now, Steve Beaton will be alongside Adam Hunt once more. And Ted Everts, Colin Osborne and Paul Hogan enter the fray. But it is John Henderson that sets sail to Saturday night finals night. Still plenty more to come though on the Modus Super Series channel here on Pluto TV. Coming up next, as if that wasn't enough, Steve Beaton, have a bit more. It's the fantastic Ocky to Oven episode with Steve Beaton and Richie Burnett. We thought Danny Van Tripe was a little bit mad. Stay tuned for Peak Richie. And later on at 5:30 we have the story of Luke Humphreys. Do make sure you stay tuned for that. And we are live 1 o'clock tomorrow for the opening session of Group C, 10 p.m. for the opening session of Group B, and of course Saturday night finals night kicks off 7:30 as always, live and free on Pluto TV. So it is a big John Henderson, who is the first name through to Saturday night finals night. The race to join him starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We'll be here, and we hope you will be too. Thank you very much for watching. See you later.
The Modus Super Series.
Derek Coulson for Destiny.
It's that! Biggest of all fish.
Reels it in.
What an incredible record. Everything you wanted. Henry Course with glory.
Champion
That's the bullseye.
This will be amazing.
Unbelievable. Oh, what a time for that.
It's matched out.
Oh,
That is special.
incredible.
Last chance. That is seething. The pressure is on.
Champions League night time.
Good. Cool car.